for somebody to call, as President Trump revealed this morning with regards to a suspect, possible suspect in custody. It's one thing for somebody to say, I believe somebody who I know did it, and so thereby turn them in. Either law enforcement comes forcibly or that person is brought to a police department. It's another thing to tie the evidence together to ensure that it's not a false confession, it's not somebody just looking for the limelight, but truly is responsible for the shooting. And all those pieces of evidence, and I imagine there's quite a few pieces of evidence that have been recovered and just not being told to the public yet, that are all going to tie this individual to being that of the shooter.
One thing that's interesting is a lot of times in situations like this, you do see a flow of information that happens steadily. The information comes out. I want to get your take on what we've seen so far in these news conferences. Yesterday, we heard from the governor last night. Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, was there as well. Also, Utah Division of Public Safety. So what do you think about the flow of information? But also on that same note, how does it change things when you have a suspect who is alive? Obviously, if they're not alive, you can maybe release a little bit more information, but there is still a case to build against this person.
Yeah, so now the hard part begins with regards to the prosecution. And this is where your prosecuting attorneys, whether it be a federal or state case, that where now it's a matter of putting all that evidence forth and ensuring that this gets delivered to a jury if there's no plea, and ultimately a conviction. So it is a laborious set of circumstances, and for day one, I do believe it was a little bit of a debacle with regards to confusing messaging from law enforcement, both from our side of the house, the local law enforcement side of the house, and then I believe in day two, everybody seemed to come together. I thought last night's press conference was very telling. First and foremost, you had the governor pretty much running it, as opposed to law enforcement. You had the silence of the FBI director. That just told me that everyone was on the same page. And now it was, let's stop any confusing messaging and let's ensure that what we have is delivered to the public. And it's the public that ultimately brought this to hopefully a close by getting this person off the street.
I want to get your take on what we heard from investigators here about them finding this high-powered rifle that was there in a wooded area, they say, right near the university. How do investigators go about confirming if that is actually the murder weapon, the weapon that was used to assassinate Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, so there are experts out there, right? So it's going to be delivered to a laboratory, a crime laboratory, whether it be the FBI or Utah DPS. And so they're going to be able to take that weapon, match what they have recovered with regards to the bullet that struck Charlie, and be able to do their ballistics, as well as going through DNA, fingerprint analysis and whatnot, anything from the gun, and ultimately tied back to the shooter.
What do you think, as far as just, again, based on what you've seen with your expertise and your law enforcement background, how much information is it likely that investigators will release about all of this and how they track down the suspect? President Trump saying that he is in custody. They did release a few details, but again, we are waiting on a little bit more about this. But do they tend to release a lot of information at first when they do make an arrest, or do they have to kind of hold it close to the vest, so to speak?
It all depends where this goes at the end of the day. So, Josh, you're talking about, is this going to be a federal prosecution? Is it going to be a state prosecution? If it's a state prosecution, what is Utah law with regards to what law enforcement is allowed to give out, right? So it ultimately comes out down to who's the prosecuting lead agency, as well as the prosecutorial agency. So that will be decided upon. It's possible that this will stay in the state and the feds will follow it. It's possible there will be some sort of joint prosecution one way or the other, where a state prosecutor can be elevated to an assistant U.S. attorney, as I have seen that in Delaware. So at the end of the day, both the federal and the state authorities will come together, decide where is the best bang for the buck, how and what can be done to ensure not only is this person prosecuted to the full extent of the law, but it must be a deterrence to others, because we are seeing a rise in political violence. And so where we are coming to terms with security protocols on how to deter this while still allowing people to express freedom of speech and talk about what they want in public forums, we also have to figure out how to better protect and secure and deter those who are thinking of this.
What I'm showing right now is some of the video that surfaced afterward from folks who were there on campus. One of them is from a reporter who was there just kind of covering all of this, and you heard the gunshots in one of the videos, and obviously that was a shock. His son is there, he starts running. One thing I did want to ask you, obviously at this point, just about everyone has a cell phone on them. They pull it out whenever anything happens. How pivotal is that video like this, where you can't necessarily see who the gunman is, but you can get a better view of the scene? How does that help investigators to kind of work and piece all of this together?
It's pivotal. It's amazing in today's day and age in 2025, with everyone having video, regardless of the campus having their security, their cameras. Perhaps there's drone footage we just haven't yet seen. But each and every one of those individuals that were taping something, it's important that it gets into law enforcement's hand. And this is why the FBI is a phenomenal resource, if anything, with regards to their ability to take each and every one of those video footage, have it uploaded, analyzed with everything that we have at our disposal to be able to document, as we have already seen with just a little bit of video that was given to the media, with regards to ring cameras and video footage from different sources, to be able to track steps, to be able to see things as a Monday morning quarterback, as opposed to, hey, somebody's watching it real time, as alerted to something, and so thereby maybe security could have acted. But now we are in a prosecutory stage, and so each and every one of those pieces of footage are going to be vital to a prosecution, to being able to deliver it to a jury. And gosh, it's going to be amazing to see when that's all put together, to say there's no doubt in our mind that the person we have in custody and has been charged is responsible for the shooting of Charlie Kirk.
I've asked you a lot of questions based on your legal experience. Of course, that's why we have you here, to help kind of break it down, law enforcement experience. I mean, when we talk about a reward of $100,000.
Before they do their press conference about the capturing of the assassin, I'd like to just start the show here, introduce. My name's DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This show is going to be primarily dedicated on the capturing of the assassin. And we'll go over the markets too. Markets aren't open up yet in New York, but the futures market for the S&P 500 is a little bit down right now. It's at 6,586. The target for the S&P 500 year in is around 6,800 to 7,000. So I've been saying this going all the way back to the beginning of the year. So it's looking like we're tracking in the right direction. A lot of talk about the Federal Reserve lowering rates, maybe even 50 basis points. High probability, very high probability, almost 100% at 25 basis points this month. But there's a potentiality of a 50 basis point move because of the weakening of the job market. So that will be an accelerant for the markets. But the big news today is the capturing of the assassin. If you'd like to support the work that I do, please help support by making sure you share the links, ask your social media to follow me. You can follow me on X and on GETTR. Also, I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to the channels. And if you like the work that I do and you want to support it, because all this is for free, because I believe that when you're covering news and you're trying to inform the public, it should be for free. It shouldn't be behind a paywall. That means I don't put stuff behind a paywall for Substack or or Patreon or any of that. So if you would like to support the work, please do. You can do it through sharing the links, asking your social media to follow me, but you can also donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, to help support the work. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on my website. Or you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. Again, all my content is for free. It's just by being a paid member to Patreon, it just helps to get the donations and the cash flows in to help support the work. And I also set up a Substack that I just started this week. If you'd like to subscribe to that and help support, I'd greatly appreciate it. And I have great products on my store. I have ebooks, supplements, and course material on immunology and pulmonology. So if you'd like to support the work by purchasing products, you can do that too. For the ones that are domestic, you have access to the supplements. For the ones that are international audience, I cannot ship overseas because it's cost prohibitive. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer to help support the work that I do. I think that I'm informing you on how to make money in the market, but also how to improve your health and wellness, which is really important. So let's go back to the news here about the assassin.
As opposed to, hey, a person of interest is not a suspect and vice versa. I tend to believe with Detective Waters and the like of my own inner circle that a suspect is a suspect. They're simply somebody that law enforcement wants to talk to. Could be a witness that we want to identify, talk with, and get in front of it and be able to get further down the investigation. And so when a person of interest versus a person who's a suspect, I believe really that's a terminology that comes down to whoever wants to say this particular word. But in my world, they stick with a suspect and until they're no longer a suspect.
And if you are just joining us right now,
It looks like we have a call in, so I'm going to pass the mic on to Jay. That's on X Spaces. But just a reminder, we are live streaming on Rumble, on YouTube, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can see the large screen or the screen with the telemetry of the market in real time, and simulcasting on X Spaces. I guess Jay doesn't want the mic anymore. Okay, never mind.
he was there and he was speaking to a crowd. He was killed there. President Trump confirming that death just.
Jay, you have the speaker if you want to talk. If not, I'll just. Hello?
Okay.
Hi.
Hello. Paul. They were following for agents. Yes. How are we heading with any clarification with something's gone wrong? Is there any clarification with any governmental bodies, medicine or not? Is there any clarification?
Well, I mean, because we're live streaming on YouTube, I don't want to talk about COVID.
Yeah.
I don't talk about COVID. I do. If I'm live streaming on YouTube, I do not talk about COVID.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, don't do it. Okay, I take it. Okay. So I think it's such a random, it's multiple streams. It's okay. But hello, nice to meet you. Thank you.
all right, bye.
Yeah. Is there anything? Can you ask me a question? Because
If you want to talk about if you want to talk about anything but COVID, that's fine. But I live streaming. I don't talk about COVID.
I forgot. Can I ask you a separate question then?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be able to, because first time there. Ask me a question.
Wait, do I want to ask you a question?
Yeah.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't want to ask a question. I mean, I have no question to ask. I mean, but the point, the only, I'm covering what happened with Charlie Kirk and the markets. But my take on Charlie Kirk is that in the United States there is definitely a battle between conservative and a liberal mindset, and this probably could be a flashpoint for further conflict in the cities and on the streets, and definitely in social media. But it's easy to have conflict on social media. It takes a little. It's a little harder for it to create conflict on the actual streets. But I see it definitely a battle between conservatism and liberalism, or individuality versus collectivism.
I thought it's one of these weird people just can't put a long stream. Look good. I'm from Australia, it doesn't bother me. Apologies for the stream. Sorry, mate. But yeah, hello, goodbye. Sorry, mate.
It's all right. I mean, but the thing isn't in the United States is that there's definitely this pendulum swinging towards conservatism, and I think that this murder of Charlie Kirk is emblematic of this struggle.
It is, but I'll just jump on all stream. I'll just take him slow, more health. But yeah, I'll jump on all stream. But anyway, it's pretty shitty from Australia's point of view. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't know what to say. It's pretty fucked up. But I'll leave it alone. Thank you for saying hello. But I'll just leave it at that. I'll just do something else. Yeah, just.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, what's going on in Australia in terms of economy, or I mean, there's a lot of debt problems in Britain and France and political upheaval.
Yeah. Noticing that sort of like the person who spoke up, and you say, probably people not. But what's really fucked up is Australia, same as every first world country, immigration, loss of sovereignty, same shit, same Jewish cunts, own the banks, own everything. It's Jewish. It's all the Jewish cunts. Yeah. I'm not actually. Look, I've really stopped, but the more I look into it, it's always Jewish cunts, whether it be banking or media or it's the same shit. So basically every sovereign country in the world has to go through the Kaliki plan, and you change. It's really fucked up. Absolutely. Anyway, I fully expect that many people, because they're all witnesses.
Well, I think there's definitely a divide. There's definitely a divide between the have and the have-nots. I'm reading a book actually about. Actually, it's a really interesting book, and you might be able to get it in Australia, but it's called The Haves and the Have-Yachts, and it talks about this division of this division between society and the ultra wealthy. And that's real. So if you have individuals that have extreme amounts of wealth, I mean, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars, or even just $50 billion. But when you have extreme levels of wealth, then you're going to have this disparity of representation in government. The wealthy will always have power over these representative governments, and therefore the average person's vote doesn't mean anything.
Oh, let's face it, the Jews own the money.
Well, I think it's way beyond that, because they're the uber wealthy. The uber wealthy is not just monolithic in terms of its religiosity. There are many uber wealthy Christians. Many uber.
I've got this issue and I pulled it up. Yeah, that's very true. It's only because a really ultra person who's ultra wealthy, and yeah, he had somebody who's Jewish who he trusted, and he was a fucking Jewish, yeah. He lost him millions of dollars. Fucking Jews, they do it all the time. It's the Jews, I'm telling you.
No, I think that there's. I think it's more about wealth.
Yeah.
Because many of these people, many of these,
fucking wealthy.
yeah, but many of these
He's
people,
wealthy.
yeah, but many of these people don't even read. Many of these people that are wealthy don't even really practice the religion properly.
Come on, are you religious then? So it's a weird thing. Some are religious.
Most of them are Most of them are secular. Most of them are secular.
Are you religious?
Am I religious? I would say I'm secular.
Yeah.
But
You're
I was.
Jewish, aren't you? Oh, hell, you're a Jewish guy. No, I'm religious. Okay, just say you're religious. Come on. I'm not going to
Well,
Hey,
first of all, I don't appreciate. First of all, I don't appreciate the comments. I mean, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but obviously it's devolving into something that's.
come on. Just be honest.
What is your? Am I Jewish? Yes, I am Jewish, but that's not the point.
Yeah, you fucking weird. You come to speak with you. I'm atheist, by the way.
Well, that's your prerogative. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being an atheist.
Yeah, let's not go every religion. Like, just fucking do reach you as a Catholic, fucking raping kids, or fucking, Muslim cows, fucking raping children.
Jay, if you have something poignant to say that is respectful, then you can stay on the show. If not, then let's cut it off.
Gosh, I didn't realize I was expressing.
But society needs to have better decorum. Because if we don't have better decorum, what's going to happen is the society will devolve into chaos.
All I say is every religious folk that believes that God is better than the other God, they get rich.
All right, so you think that Charlie Kirk was assassinated because of his godly views? Because he was a religious man.
Sorry, I didn't realize that was topic. I'll just say every religion fights against each other for no reason. They want to have aspirations towards a godly aspect, understand their own sort of weaknesses, their fundamentals, the way they are. But it's really weird that every religion fights against each other. It's just stupid.
Well, I agree that there's a lot of blood that has been spilled over the millennia because of religion. That's for sure. And I've read a lot of Hitchens, and I find that Hitchens' arguments are pretty persuasive, especially Christopher Hitchens. And so I just his persuasion of atheism is pretty strong. But the thing is that some people, for whatever reason, maybe it's biological or maybe it's intellectual, but they come to a different perspective. And there's in a free society, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem comes in is when one group starts to try to project their belief system, even if it's a non-belief system, onto others. And that's where the conflict starts. Some people may biological. I don't know. I'm not sure if there's any evidence of this, but it's very possible that just neural wiring leads to more different types of people moving towards religion or versus non-religion. It may be just wiring of the brain.
But it wasn't double negative or double positive. Why does a sort of book God need to be here or there? The interpretation of any book seems the wrong way to go about.
Well, I think that religion. You're bringing up a good point, Jay. I mean, I think religion, in general, is a means for mankind to try to make sense of the unknown or what they are scared of. And in many cases, it's death. Many people are afraid of death, and so they have to try to justify their existence, or they have to gravitate to religion in some way to be able to ease the bitter pill of the death process, or just the living process. So but different people navigate through this differently, and I don't think there's one absolute way to solve, quote, the problem. Some people are atheistic, some people have some sort of religiosity. The problem comes in is that when a group of people project themselves on others. And I think this is the beauty of the United States Constitution. It's the separation of the church and the state. It's separation of church and state. So.
In respect to exactly. How do you know who you are and where you are? Do you have to have a high bear? So it's really wonderful thing for individual people to figure out who they are and what the universe is made of.
Right.
So,
I mean, it's a combination of self-discovery, but it's also a combination of inculcations, but you got to be careful of societal inculcations, because these societal inculcations can force a situation onto the youth. And it's through the youth questioning dogmas.
Come on, no. The dogma is, you've got to believe in I'm Muslim, or I'm Jewish, or I'm Christian. Well, this is a difficulty. It's that you're expected to do these things.
Well, Jay, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that, during the society does inculcate children to a particular perspective. If the child is born or is raised in a very secular or even atheistic home, most likely the child will be atheist. If the child is born and raised and inculcated in a more religious home, no matter what the religion is, most likely that child will be that religious. Now, there are cases where self-discovery through adulthood or even in childhood goes against the grain of the inculcation. So, perfect example is Neil Ferguson. Neil Ferguson was raised in an atheist home, but later in life, he ended up moving towards Christianity. And just recently, and he's like 62 years old. So this was a late.
Hey, Doctor, so are you broadcasting on any other webs?
I'm on YouTube, on Rumble, and on my website.
Fuck, how do you figure that out? So am I actually, can people hear me on YouTube or whatever?
They can hear you on YouTube, on Rumble, and on my website. And on X Spaces.
Okay. Is this the live streamed? Can you link it up or?
This is all live streamed.
Oh, yeah. How many people do you have on YouTube or Rumble? Can you see the listeners there or?
Right now, YouTube is at 8 current, and Rumble is at 6, and I don't know how many are on my website.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, literally.
But the point, Jay, the point I'm making is the inculcation is one component of religious conviction. The other is self-discovery.
I actually like that you could excuse me for a moment, as a gentleman. Yeah, I just want to take this. Excuse me.
Okay, let's all right, we're still waiting for the Charlie Kirk's conference, the assassin being caught. There looks like there's going to be an FBI update, so we're still waiting on that. But while we're waiting, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver soaps. I have it in charcoal tea tree, in lemongrass, and also in peppermint and lavender. Very high quality structural nano silver soaps. This is going to help you to improve your health. Very high quality soaps. It's way better than the chemicals that are in some of the other soaps that you may be purchasing from other companies like Procter & Gamble or whatever. So it's soaps that I use, very high quality. So please get a few bars for your household. Now, I want to pivot. It looks like they're going to start the FBI update here.
Needed to begin 9 a.m. Eastern time. That is 7 a.m. local time. That is the time right now. Scott Duffy, thank you again for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
And
7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, check 2, check 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
all right, so again, they're just kind of checking the audio, making sure that it works, because if you were with us maybe 30 minutes ago, the audio was having issues. But again, we got those photos here maybe about 24 hours ago from the FBI, as they did reveal that a person of interest did exist. They found them in the surveillance photos there. They wanted to get those out to the public. Hours later, they released even more of them. Again, if you are just joining us, someone is talking on the screen there, but they're just providing a microphone check. They are not providing any details. Once we see folks with the FBI, Utah Department of Public Safety, any other agency walk up, we see Governor Cox walk up. He's expected to be there as well. He's been kind of leading the charge. If you noticed last night during the news conference that we played for you, he was very vocal. He started it off. He has been very involved in the investigation as a whole. Now, again, this morning we did show you some of that video that was released by the FBI late yesterday, hoping that it would maybe provide a little bit of information to folks out there who maybe knew something, could maybe identify this person. And that actually showed the person jumping from a rooftop of a building after the gunshot was fired. Agents saying that around 12 p.m. local time on Wednesday, the gunman was...
All right, Jay, I think you got it. I think you have the speaker now. I'm having a problem getting you back on. Hold on. I think it's working now. Yeah, you're back on. They're going to be doing the FBI update with the suspect that they arrested pretty soon here. So once they start, I'm gonna switch back to the live stream. So, religion is a very personal thing, and it has a lot to do with the way one was raised and the different experiences in life. Some people have bad experiences and move away from the religion, and some people have positive experiences and move towards religion. I wouldn't say that there's any one right solution to this.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you like this. I feel that every religion, as you guys are fucking not looking at the big picture, but it's my perspective, so it's okay. Yeah, I'm a totally anti-religion. But anyway, I'm not speaking to you, but I'm just here, yeah, I'm here.
Well, thank you. Thank you for calling in. I greatly appreciate it, Jay, for just sharing your perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so while we're waiting for the FBI update to commence here, let's just switch over to Bloomberg's feed here. We do have futures for the S&P 500 coming in at about 6,590. So it's at almost flat right now for the open. I do have a target for 6,800 to 7,000 for the S&P 500. VIX is trading at about 1470, so that there's low risk. And as they move towards the Federal Reserve lowering interest rates, there's a high probability that the S&P 500 will stay above that 6,500 level. 6,500 is the support level right now, and barring no issue with tariffs or some bad incident geopolitically, but it looks like that 6,500 is developing as a major support level, and that the next resistance level for the S&P 500 is going to be 6,700. All right. Now this is going to start to creep up. That doesn't mean that it's not going to come down a little bit, but there's probably going to be a trading range between 6,700 to about 6,500. So it's a good time to accumulate shares for this. Now, for the ones that have been listening to me, especially on risk indicators, VIX is low. It's only in the 14s. When it's in the 20s, you got to start worrying. And the Japanese yen is trading at 147.8. When it's starting to trade closer to 140, there's usually geopolitical risk that's starting to bubble up, and that may affect equity markets. And it's trading at 147. So that's risk on for the VIX, risk on because of the Japanese yen. And the Federal Reserve looks like they're going to be doing a quarter point, maybe even a 50 basis point move. So if that happens, then there's going to be accelerant for the actual equity market. Now, natural gas, which is something else that I'm looking at, is at 2.95 million British thermal units. And the oil is trading at 63.46. I think that OPEC is increasing their supply. OPEC Plus is increasing their supply. And the trading range for the WTI, which is the oil futures for the United States, is that trading range is around 65 for the ceiling, and the floor is around 60 or 61. And we're trading at 63.46.
As they awaited FCC approval. And there were a lot of complicating factors here. Trump was suing CBS News. They reached a $16 million settlement in July. We saw, Skydance proposed making significant changes to CBS News ahead of the deal being approved. And that deal did come to fruition. David Ellison stepped in as CEO in August. So there are some concerns that similar things will happen here, that Trump will be worried about CNN and CBS News being united under one roof.
This is also a company, Warner Brothers Discovery, that had just been discussing or just been agreeing that they would be splitting into two. For their shareholders, and what is more attractive, splitting up or becoming part of Paramount?
It's hard to say right now because we don't know exactly what's being offered here. We don't have that dollar amount yet. But, we saw shares soar. No investors are excited about this. They feel like, maybe this is a better value of selling the whole company versus just waiting to see what it is on the market after the split. Warner Brothers is in the process of having its streaming and studios business divided from its debt.
I'll tell you, media companies, especially that old school broadband cable situation, they're all having problems. They're having problems. People are cutting the cord. The cost of the subscriptions for Disney are out of control. I just subscribed to ESPN Plus. All right. The reason that ESPN is, for the ones that don't know, or like a sports stream, right? So I have Apple TV, so you can stream ESPN. Well, they have different packages. You have ESPN plus Disney plus Hulu, and then there's ESPN Unlimited, and then there's ESPN Selected Plus or something like ESPN Plus, which is kind of the older way that they were branding it. But I like watching college sports, so it's like college football, college hockey. Well, you got to, I mean, the way it's set up now, you got to subscribe to ESPN if you don't have cable, right? So Disney is making a ton of money on their sports subscriptions, and they keep on inching it up. In around 2022, 2021, ESPN was only like $6. Now it's, I think it's for ESPN Plus, it's almost $12 a month now. And then the more larger package is like almost $30 a month. People are going to start plugging out. So they cut the cord, they stop the cable, and then they're going to stop streaming. And that's exactly what's the problem with these streaming companies now. They're starting to realize that you keep on raising the price and people are just going to check out. Now, the threshold, the willingness of the customer to absorb the higher costs seem to be more for sports compared to just regular entertainment shows. But eventually they're going to reach a breaking point. Now, I picked ESPN Plus because I just want the college stuff. So you just strip down. But I mean, Disney is price gouging, and it's going to get to the point where they're going to even lose the sports subscriptions. All right. While we're still waiting on the FBI to start talking, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 35 or the Cleanse. Now, this is really important. Why? It boosts up your immune system. All right? And how does it do it? What you do is you take a teaspoon a day, swish in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and swallow it. It'll improve the health of your oral cavity and the oral pharynx in the back of your throat. It'll help to improve the mucosal barrier and improve the epithelial lining of your oral pharynx. By doing that, you're improving your immune system. Super important and extremely important for this fall and winter. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two and swish it in your mouth, gargle 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then swallow it. And then once you start feeling better, or if everything's all clear, then go back to your maintenance dose of a teaspoon a day. But the point here is to do it every day to make sure that you're maintaining a healthy oral cavity and a healthy oral pharynx and boosting up that immune system. Super important. I've been taking this protocol for over 5 years, every day. Very important, especially if you live in a high density area, and especially this fall and winter. But if you do it every day and you're improving your oral pharynx and your immune system, then over time, you're actually slowing down the aging process. Why? Because if you're chronically ill, like 2 or 3 times, even if it's benign, and you get something, 3 times a year, your body takes weeks to heal. Something benign, the sniffles, right? And, you're not feeling well for 5 days. It takes about 2 weeks to heal the tissue that's been inflamed and damaged. And a lot of people don't think about, well, you feel better, but your body is remodeling. Well, if you are chronically having this problem, then you're remodeling almost a quarter of the year, 9 weeks out of the year. So that's the reason why that people actually age faster. Here's a perfect example of how infection can cause a speed of aging. Teddy Roosevelt, was doing an expedition in the Amazon. He ended up getting malaria. He almost died during that excursion, that exploration. They were exploring a new tributary off of one of the main rivers. And so they were mapping it out. Well, he gets sick, he almost dies, and then when he finally came back to base camp and eventually back to the United States, he was still suffering, and you could see that his health started to decline, and that his aging sped up. Now, this is a person that was pretty well healthy in his adulthood. He was kind of a little sickly in his childhood, but he reversed that by, being kind of a rough and tough person, right? But going into the Amazon, getting bit by mosquitoes, literally aged him radically when he came back to the United States. And that's just one example of many where if you are in a disease state, that you can speed up the aging process. Now, why does that happen? Lots of inflammation, higher levels of cortisol, damage to tissues, high levels of free radicals being generated. ATP starts to go down because the mitochondria starts to become unhealthy because those tissues are stressed and become damaged. So if you even if it's something benign, like just the common cold, 3 times a year, it's going to age you. So if you build up your body and you boost up that immune system, and you can weather the storm, and your body is bouncing it off, then you're going to actually age slower. You will see people that are sick, especially, let's say they're in their midlife, mid-age, or even in geriatric, and they have, let's say, a bout of pneumonia or walking pneumonia. They age very fast, because of the mechanisms that I just mentioned. So it behooves you to actually short circuit some of these by boosting up your immune system, and then mitigating some of the other problems by soaking up the free radicals and bringing down the inflammation, bringing down the cortisol levels. And when you do that, you're going to actually notice that your body is healing, you're aging slower, and you get less common colds and other things. So it's really important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take my advice, get the great products that I have. You can use discount 5. I want these products in your hand. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And if you follow the way I tell you to stack it, you're going to actually improve your health, and you're going to slow down the aging process. And some people don't want to slow down the aging process. They just want to die, fine. It's up to you. But you may want to boost up your immune system, especially as we get into the fall and the winter season. But if you do this every day, you're going to actually notice that you're slowing down the aging process, and you're becoming one of those individuals that have longevity. All right, we're still waiting on the FBI news conference because it looks like they caught Charlie Kirk's assassin. Let's go to Bloomberg here.
Margins. All right, Shelley, thank you so much for joining us on that. That's Bloomberg, Shelley Banjo. And just a reminder, we are going to get consumer sentiment figures at the top of 10 a.m. from the University of Michigan. We will be speaking with Joanne Chu shortly after that. And ahead of those figures, an unchanged equity market, at least for the S&P, after notching its 24th record of this year. The NASDAQ also hit a record too. I think it's its 22nd record so far of the year. Russell 2000 futures, those underperformed, down about 0.2%, likely off the back of an oil spike because of the U.S. pushing for secondary sanctions of G7 nations. That oil spike also leading to higher yields, hence you get the fall in Russell 2000. Coming up, speaking of those small caps, a Bloomberg analysis of Wall Street forecasts shows Russell 2000 expectations outperforming the S&P 500 over the next year. We're going to talk to Morgan Stanley's Andrew Sliman on whether he expects the same thing. All that coming up on Bloomberg Open Interest.
All right, let's see here. All right, let's go to CNN.
Enter the all-new Universal Horror Unleashed, where horror comes to play.
When you have a vendor and a partner that operates with excellence, is really critical to how we grow.
CNN Breaking News.
And as Chris was just saying, it seems so because we do have breaking news. President Trump, in an interview with Fox News just now, and I believe the interview is still happening, said the following: "I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him." Let's get straight back to Nick Watt in Utah on the ground, who's headed to go to this press conference. So, Nick, we now hear this from President Trump.
Right, so let's take that for what it is. We have not heard any more information here yet on the ground to confirm or add any more detail yet to what the president has just said. But listen, as I said earlier, as we were just hearing, yesterday during the day, there were increments. Last night, all of that new information was released. Those enhanced, we were told, photographs showing that suspect, showing that distinctive clothing, showing him running off the roof. So perhaps that has helped in some way. Listen, the governor here in Utah did say they could not do their job without the public's help. There were huge appeals for the public's help. There was a $100,000 reward. We were told that they'd actually received about 7,000 tips from the public. So this, during the day yesterday, as they released more information, as they released more images, that perhaps is what picked up this investigation and led to what the president is saying is a person in custody. Now, remember, of course, the FBI Director Kash Patel came out very soon after the shooting to say that there was a suspect in custody. That had to be walked back. So we are still waiting for confirmation, for more detail to fill out the details behind what the president has just announced. Guys?
All right, stand by for one moment, Nick. Let's play what the president just said moments ago.
I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him. We're in custody, okay? In custody, I don't want to go too far. I'd like to tell you some stories at how it happened, but essentially somebody that was very close to him turned him in. And that happens when you have some of those good shots. Somebody is going to say, whether it's a parent or whatever, I'd rather not say right now. They're going to announce it today, sometime later, probably talk about that.
Nick Watt is on the ground for us in Utah, and we have Chris Rucker is with us as well. Chris, if you're there, the information that President Trump just gave us, that someone very close to the
Let me just interject. It is fascinating how Trump goes to Fox and Friends, goes on their studio, all right, in New York to talk about this. And CNN, because they've demonized Trump, they don't get exclusives. If they didn't demonize Trump, they would have had, at times, him going onto their show and talking about this. But because of the demonization of Orange Man Bad, they have to do meta coverage on a competitor because the competitor was willing to play ball with Trump. And CNN is pushed into the corner. It's fascinating. If you watch this, it's fascinating, the dynamics that just played out. It's, it's just below the surface, but if you know what to look for, that's exactly what just happened. They don't have the gravitas anymore.
Turned him in. Talk to us about that development right there, what that tells you.
Yeah, I mean, well, it speaks of maybe the $100,000 reward that's out there. That's a pretty good incentive to turn in somebody in. As I said earlier, the photos were a good enough resolution that someone close to this shooter would be able to identify them off the photo. And I was shocked yesterday that he wasn't identified more quickly because, I mean, the pervasiveness of social media and the mainstream media, and you'd have to really be hidden away to not have seen his photo out there. So it took a little while, but it appears that he's probably in custody. And it's not surprising or shocking that someone close to him actually turned him in.
I was going to ask that bit, Chris, that it is not surprising. It often it can often be that it's someone close to them sees it and decides, for whatever their motivation may be, when they see that person, then they make the call. Is that what you say is traditionally kind of more what happens in these big cases like this?
Yes. Yes, and $100,000 actually is a large amount for an FBI reward. You don't want a reward so high that you invite all the crazies to call in and all the the opportunists to call in, and you just have to be very careful and circumspect about the amount of the reward and even putting out a reward at all, because it does draw in a lot of leads that are extraneous, and those have to be gone. You have to sift through all of that. But they were very deliberately withholding all of that information as of early yesterday, because you don't want, if you're on to somebody, you don't want to tip them off that you're on to them, and you want to have the element of surprise as you go through the investigation and manhunt. But they clearly hit a stumbling block after that 9 o'clock press conference, and within an hour or so, they had the photo out there. Again, it is surprising that it didn't happen sooner, but it could be that you know who the person is, but you don't know where they are. So that may have been the situation. A lot of information will come out at 9 a.m., but Cash Patel misspoke on Wednesday, which was, I thought, not appropriate, very inappropriate. But I don't think Donald Trump would misspeak today. He sounded very certain about what he was talking about.
And he's saying a lot more. I want to note here, he is saying that it was a minister involved with law enforcement who was involved in guiding law enforcement to the suspect, and also ultimately,
it's fascinating. It's fascinating that they are using Fox News. So you have this, CNN is covering this no differently than independent YouTubers that cover news by using metadata. All right? So you're seeing the fall of these big conglomerate news organizations. You're seeing the beginnings of it right here. You're seeing the cracks in CNN. It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating to watch.
Got involved. Obviously, we'll get much more from other officials as this develops, because that's what the president is indicating so far. We'll keep listening in there. With us, joining us now also is Ed Davis, former Boston Police Commissioner. These moments, assuming that this is the person, what happens in these first moments when a suspect in a crime of this nature is taken into custody?
Good morning. Well, a crime of such seriousness and high profile requires a really explicit attention to civil rights and constitutional rights. We're thrilled that somebody may be held accountable for this, but what happens right now is critical. He is taken into custody. He has to be advised of his rights immediately under Miranda, so that any statements he makes will not be challenged. He'll be brought to a detention facility and booked, go through the normal process of name, address, things like that. They will fingerprint him, and hopefully, depending on the state, take DNA samples. The federal government will be able to do that. And clearly, every attention to detail is critical here right now for any officer or prosecutor that comes in contact with this individual.
All right, Ed, please stick with us. Let's get over to Evan Perez. He's got some new reporting coming in about all of this breaking news. Evan, what are you picking up?
Okay, we've been watching this overnight because we'd heard hours ago that the law enforcement had taken into custody someone who they thought or had been reported to be to match the description of the shooter, the image that the FBI and that the Utah Department of Public Safety had put out last night that showed the image of the shooter. And so what happened in the overnight hours is the FBI and the local authorities there went and picked him up and have spent the last several hours interviewing him and trying to understand, make sure that they have the right person. Now, it's clear that President Trump is getting briefed by the investigators and he believes that this is the right person. We've just been told that they had some pretty good information that this person could be the shooter, that this person matched the description of that person of interest that was circulated yesterday by law enforcement authorities. And so the work then began in the overnight hours to try to verify and confirm.
Just to interrupt here, the S&P 500 opened up, and we are trading at 6,585 right now with a VIX at 14.71. Natural gas is trading at $2.98 per million British thermal units, and oil is trading at $63 a barrel and 33 cents.
Everything from DNA evidence, some of that is still actually being done right now. They're waiting for to match him to some of the other things that they've gathered, some of the other evidence that they've gathered. But it appears, at least from what President Trump is now saying, that they have certainly gotten more comfortable that they believe they have the right person. Now, the caution here is that we've been here before. The FBI director wrongly tweeted that they had person arrested, the shooter arrested. He suggested that the shooter had been arrested, only to retract that. And so we're all being cautious here. Certainly, we were all once we heard this, wanted to make quadruple sure before we even told anybody about it, because of the very nature of this investigation. Obviously, it's a lot of pressure on these investigators to get the right person, but that work is still being done. The evidence is still being analyzed, and they're trying to make sure that they have the right person, and that work is still being done by those investigators in Utah.
Okay. All right, we're still waiting for the FBI to give the update, but those look like they did catch them, or catch him. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver toothpaste. These are very high quality toothpaste made from structural nanosilver, no fluoride. It will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with inflammation at the gum line, and improve your gum health. Super important, especially during the fall and the winter, but you should be using this toothpaste every day. And when you do that, you're improving your oral cavity. And when you're improving the health of your oral cavity, you're reducing issues with your vascular system and issues with your valvular system. And that's important because when you get older, you just start to notice, especially people that are in nursing care, that their oral hygiene starts to decline, and then they start to have further issues with their cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nanosilver toothpaste, very high quality. Get a few tubes for your household. Help support the work that I do. And use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. And if you purchase $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And also, I have gels. You can get it in a quick dispenser or in the tube form, dual purpose. Make sure you have some available, especially for this fall and winter season. Now, this gel, dual purpose, you can use it as an aftershave to help soothe razor burn. You can put it on a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn to help to heal it quicker. You can use it as a daily skincare to help improve your skin, topical skin health. And if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, at home or at work, guess what? Put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your ears, around your nose, lightly coat your nostrils. Will stay active for 5.5 hours. You cannot do that with Perel. This is very high quality stuff, and it's dual purpose. Go to my store and get the gels and be prepared for the fall and the winter. All right, let's listen in to Live Now as they're preparing for the conference, the news conference.
Out of my mind, and the first thing I saw when I woke up. Therapy is important. Anyone that was at that event should go see a therapist. Had I not gone yesterday, that image would continually replay in my mind. And I was given some tools to combat that. As I, I had a little bit of a vision as I was, meditating on this subject. And in this vision, I photoshopped in my mind. I photoshopped the blood away. I photoshopped Charlie, sat him back up, put his smile back on, and I rewound the tape in my mind. I rewound the bullet going back up into the rifle. I was being transported up into this, where the rifle was, and I stuck a flower inside the rifle. I rewound the tape more in my mind's eye, and the shooter, he goes down the stairs. I'm rewinding him, I'm pushing him back in time. And as I press play, the shooter goes up halfway. He stops on the landing and turns around. He doesn't go through with it. He goes back to his car and ends his own life. And a few people mourn the shooter, his parents, his sister, a few close friends. But nobody really cares, and nobody understands, and the event goes on like normal. And for me, I think that was the message that God wanted me to hear and to feel, is that there's a lot of people that are hurting, a lot of people that don't feel seen, a lot of people that don't feel heard. And the only thing they have is their ideology or their identity. And so when that's attacked, they feel like it's an attack on them. And what we need to do is to assist those individuals in knowing that love is real, that God is real, and that they can feel love again.
Tyler, at this point, you mentioned that you've had therapy, you've had a little time to process this. What message do you hope that people watching this and hearing your story, a very emotional one there, are going to take away?
The only thing that is important at this moment is if you feel hatred in your heart, if this moment made you happy in any way, then there's a cancer in your soul. You have succumbed to a great evil. If celebrating the loss of a husband and father of 2 little children has made you happy, then you need to seek help. You are broken. You need to find God, and you need to find love in your heart again, because the only way that any of this stops is to find love and to love others around you. And it doesn't mean validating everything that's going on in their mind. That's not what love is. Love is getting help. Love is getting true help that can solve your deep-rooted issues that would cause you to find joy in the death of another.
Tyler, we definitely appreciate you joining us and sharing your story here and your experience. My last question for you here, how do you want to make sure that Charlie Kirk is remembered? I know you were talking about the excitement there and focusing on the positive. So how do you want to make sure that he's remembered?
The thing about evil is it doesn't understand the human heart. Evil thinks that killing Charlie silenced him. But the thing about the human heart is, in trying to silence Charlie, you just created a million more. A million more people are going to rise up and share the same message of hope and divinity and of God. And they're going to stand up. They're going to stand up in the face of evil. People have been quiet for too long. People allowed, they allowed the cancellations. They allowed the pushback. They allowed people, to be fired because you have conservative ideals. And it's not going to happen anymore. Conservatives are going to stand up in a righteous way and continue to be loud and be vocal and to change the world for a better place.
Skylar, thank you so much for joining us here and sharing your story. We definitely appreciate it. I can tell, of course, it is emotional. for you. Is there anything else that you want to make sure to add here before I let you go?
You know, the last thing that comes to my mind is the thousands of people that were in attendance, the millions of people that saw the direct footage around the world, around the globe. And again, those images don't go away. And so don't allow them to stay with you. Don't allow them to infiltrate your mind and to be heavy on you. Go see help, talk to people. They're not going to go away by yourself. You need to go to therapy. You need to go be with your loved ones, because nothing's helped me more than receiving hugs from strangers, receiving messages from strangers, receiving, people coming to my door and offering me a priesthood blessing, and knowing that there's so many people around me has helped tremendously. And there's people right now that are alone, that are struggling with those thoughts and those images, and you need to reach out and find those people around you too.
Skylar, our thoughts or prayers are with you as well. I know, obviously, I can't even begin to imagine what you've been through. Thank you so much for taking the time to share your perspective here and share your story with so many people and talking about Charlie Kirk. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh.
And I do want to take you out once again to this live look over the podium as we are waiting for.
It's very touching what he said, but I think he missed something that was very important. Now, I understand that this individual, he was in a situation that is high stress, and he probably has some level of PTSD from it. But he did not mention the importance of putting it in the context of someone was trying to silence someone's freedom of speech. Now, you're going to see a lot of people that are religious that are spinning this as this is, some sort of martyrdom for Christianity or something like that. That's not how I see it. This is martyrdom for the freedom of speech. And so it elevates to an even higher level. Now, the question is, should society push back and make sure that our constitutional freedoms are protected? That's freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom, of assembly. We have lots of inalienable rights, according to our founding fathers. So the question is, what do we do to make sure that we are protecting those freedoms? And I think that society is getting to the point where you can't just go get therapy and go and hug and people and try to find, some sort of, peaceful nirvana through religion. It may actually be as simple as the tree of liberty sometimes need to be watered by the blood of patriots. So now the idea here is that the pendulum is swinging towards conservatism. And it's interesting, and if you look at the iconography of Turning Point, you see that it has an arrow in it, and it's in a partial circle. But what is it doing? It's moving away from the left and moving towards the right when you look at it. So whoever did that logo was pretty ingenious in what they were doing. And maybe Charlie was the one that made that. I'm not sure. But it's interesting because it plays in line with this pendulum that I've been talking about. Where this pendulum is moving away from liberal, ultra-liberal ideals and moving towards conservatism. And then eventually, over time, it will swing back. But when these swings happen, it's not weeks, it's not months. These swings happen over years or if not decades, and then it comes back. It's almost generational. So we may be seeing this conservatism that's starting to pop up. And part of that conservatism is some sort of religiosity. But there is also the galvanizing of patriotism, the idea of respecting our veterans, respecting the flag, standing up for the national anthem, taking off your hat, etiquette, civility. And then the idea of breaking the mold and moving towards the idea of family. The idea of the family unit is extremely important and is the bedrock of society. As this pendulum is swinging towards conservatism, you're going to see more of the youth galvanizing to this. It's very important that constitutional rights are protected. Not just protected by the government, not just protected by law enforcement, not just protected by your representatives in state or federal legislative bodies, are protected by the citizens. The citizens. What do we learn from trying to capture the assassin? It was through almost like this crowdsourcing of information through pictures and videos and all that to bring the net in closer towards the assassin. It's citizens. Now, maybe these citizens are close to the perpetrator, but it's still citizens. To protect the Constitution, do not expect that it's the government that protects it, because the government can be captured or compromised in such a way that it will erode your constitutional freedoms. Classic example, take a look at what happened in 2020. Do you think your constitutional freedoms were protected? They weren't. What about in 2001, right after 9/11, with the Patriot Act? Do you think your constitutional freedoms were protected then? No. So if we had some sort of nuclear war, not total catastrophic, but let's just say problematic, tactical nuclear war, do you think your constitutional freedoms would be protected? No. So who really protects your constitutional rights? Because they're endowed by our Creator. They're inalienable. But there are people within government that will want to try to make them alienable. So it is the right and responsibility of the citizens to protect the Constitution. And that's the big, big issue here. When a group of people try to silence your freedom of speech, the only recourse you have is self-protection, not of your life, but also of your rights through the Second Amendment. And this is well documented by the Founding Fathers through the Federalist Papers. And that's what he missed. He focused on, he's hurting, which I understand, he has PTSD. That, he needs God. All right, fine. Some people need God, some people don't. It's probably better off to have some sort of spirituality in your life. But the way that in the United States, you have the freedom of religion. But you also have the freedom from religion too. It's your choice. And focused on the darkness of people's personalities, which this is very true. He was right on that there is a darkness in people's personalities. But there comes to be a point that constitutional freedoms must be protected at all costs. That individual that they were interviewing on Live Now, he's hurting. But his life is not as important as the Constitution. My life is not as important as the Constitution. Your life is not as important as the Constitution. Your kid's life is not important as the Constitution. Why? Why? Because eventually you're going to die. And it's important to have a bedrock that is passed on from one generation to another to make sure that their civil liberties are protected. That's called self-sacrifice. And that's far more important. All right. Let's take a look at some of the other news that's playing while we're waiting for the FBI. The FBI has taken an awfully long time to get on stage here. All right, this is CNN talking about Charlie Kirk's shooting suspect seen on residential cameras.
Download the app and get 50% off your first Wonder order with code 50Google.
My biggest, wildest dream is to be a scientist, a diplomat, a mechanical engineer,
a cinematographer,
a hedge fund surgeon, research biologist, an entrepreneur, a physicist, a chemist, and a soccer player.
I want to be a leader, hopefully CEO.
I have a white cat because I already have a different cat that is not white.
New images and videos now out.
But it's really important to instill God, country, and family, or spirituality, country, and family in children. Because if you raise them properly, you raise them with etiquette and self-sacrifice and accountability, you'll have a more productive society. And it doesn't matter your race, it doesn't matter your religion. There's too much division in this country. Too much division of, oh, they're Jewish and they're Christian or they're atheist or they're Muslim. That's irrelevant. It's based on those foundations. Now, if you have someone very religious and don't have affinity to country or family, then you got a problem. Or if you're just on family and not country and some sort of spirituality, then there's a problem. It's all three of those pillars. It has the right ingredients to provide a better society.
And the search intensifying for the person you see in these photos right here, the suspect in the deadly shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. It's now been more than 40 hours since Kirk was killed, assassinated by a single bullet. And still there is no one in custody, and authorities have not publicly identified this man. But we do now have this surveillance video from right after the shooting. Investigators say it shows the suspect running across the roof of a building at Utah Valley University campus, then jumping off, as you see right there, escaping then into a wooded area. Police have now acknowledged, though, that they have no idea whether this man is even still in the state. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $100,000 in this case. Utah's Governor Spencer Cox says authorities have received more than 7,000 leads and tips, conducted nearly 200 interviews. Cox says the state will pursue the death penalty in this case, and he's made this plea to the public.
We cannot do our job without the public's help right now.
This is a little.
The public has answered
old.
our
This is a
call
little old because of the breaking news that's popping up. They caught the guy. So let's shift gears here. Let's talk about The Denver area high school shooting suspect was radicalized. I don't know what's going on with this, so let's listen in.
Does your home look like this? Let's make it look more like this. You could now list items you don't use and sell faster using Carrot. The app has a
International lead, an update from the family of one of the students wounded in Wednesday's school shooting at a Denver area high school. The victim of the is now identified as 18-year-old Matthew Silverstone. The family saying that they appreciate the community's concern. They're asking for privacy. County officials today identified the shooter as a 16-year-old student at Evergreen High School, whom they believe had been radicalized by an extremist network. Here with us now is the Democratic governor of Colorado, Jared Polis. Governor, thanks so much for joining us under such awful circumstances. This marks yet another high-profile mass shooting in your state. Tell us more about this new information we've learned about the shooter and this extremist network.
Well, I think we all await information about exactly how he was radicalized, whether there were any signs to look for. I just want to commend the actions of the teachers and the students at the school. The quick lockdown saved lives, and you'll be hearing more about this. The shooter in the hallways couldn't access the classrooms. There were 2 students very seriously injured. We're still hoping and praying that they're able to pull through. But the brave actions on the spot in real time, without those, this would have been a lot worse, Jake.
Can you give us any indication about what kind of radicalization we're talking about? I mean, that could really be anything from far right to far left to Islamist to anything. Do you have any information?
Yeah. Look, even though the perpetrator has now died to self-inflicted wounds, we want to make sure we give the Jeffco County Sheriff the ability to do the full investigation. All of that information will be coming to light in the days ahead, and of course, looking at it and learning from it to prevent this kind of horrific tragedy that we've all experienced far too often from happening again. We all know this could be anywhere and everywhere, Jake, and parents across the country all worry about sending their kids to school. That simply shouldn't be, and so we need to do more.
And it's really important to put it in the context of a post 9/11 world. All right? Right after 9/11, what happened? Now you gotta remember, we just celebrated the anniversary of 9/11 yesterday. What happened? Constitutional freedoms were eroded. Government took emergency powers. See how fast it is to erode your Constitution if you're not willing to fight for it? At the citizen level? Because guess what? Your representative is going to be steamrolled by the powers that be, especially the deep state. And then they scared people. Mainstream media, the news networks, tried to convince the soccer moms that they have to protect their child from Islamic terrorism in suburbia. Think bin Laden and his clan was going to be around the corner while you're walking your kid to school? No, it didn't happen. But that's how they scared the soccer moms, to erode their civil liberties. They would go around and actually ask questions to parents if it was okay to curtail civil liberties for safety, and they said yes. And they didn't learn from what Ben Franklin said. When asked about safety and freedom, and he said that if you give away your freedom for safety, you have neither. Now let that sit in. And I'm sure that Benjamin Franklin, self-educated, is far smarter than you are. Let that sit in. Really let that sit in. And that's exactly what happened right after 9/11. You had a bunch of educated people and uneducated people buying into the falsehood of the state's going to protect you. Just give us your freedoms. Just give away your freedoms. Now, do you understand how important it is to protect your Constitution? Now, mainstream is going to continue to say, well, we got all these mass shootings and we have all these. Yeah. But what's the root cause of it? Oh, it's the guns. Really? We have a lot of car accidents What's the cause of it? Should we ban cars? It's because of bad driving. So maybe it's the person behind the gun that's causing the problem. Maybe there is a health issue, mental health issue, and then go into why is that? Why is that happening? You got to do the 4 or 5 whys to get to the root cause. It's not guns. It's not the first. It's not the Second Amendment. That's not the issue. And by the way, it states that the right to bear arms should not be infringed. I think that states that government should not be infringing on your right. I mean, it's really obvious what the founding fathers meant. But government finds a way to infringe, to inhibit. So you're going to see that they use this as just like how they used 9/11. Now, 9/11 was a big shocker, and it was easy to get people to give away freedoms. Because sucker moms have to protect their kid because their kid's more important than the Constitution, which is not true. Their kid is not more important than the Constitution. And then mainstream media is going to spin it that you got to get rid of this. But what happened when you get rid of your Second Amendment? You don't have a First Amendment. You don't have freedom of religion either, or freedom of press. So that's not the problem here. You gotta look at this in the terms of accessibility isn't the issue. The issue is the mental health crisis that's taking place with the youth, but also with adults. And it gets into deep issues of social unrest between wealthy individuals and non-wealthy, socioeconomic issues, religious division, political ideology. But, quote, having a safer society doesn't mean you have a safer society. If you give away your freedoms for safety, you don't have either. You don't have safety and you don't have freedom. Now, at the citizen level, perpetrators are going to have weapons. Let's just say in a perfect world that we ended up banning all weapons, or banning all, let's say, arms, firearms. Look at what happened with the stabbing of that Ukrainian on the train by a black man. Obviously crazy. You're going to ban all steak knives? How are you going to cut your steak? You can't legislate out of this. The only way you're going to be able to solve this epidemic is to get back to these 3 pillars of spirituality, or what I call God, country, and family. And when that happens, people will start talking properly, start eating properly at the table, start dressing properly, start getting educated formally or informally. As this pendulum is moving away, you're going to start to say, no, my rights are going to be protected at all costs. Because the liberal mindset is usually, oh, you're going to give me freedom. I'll just give away this and I'll give away that. And then you get scope creep by the government. But they're going to give me freedom and safety. Really? That's not what Benjamin Franklin said, and I'm pretty sure that Benjamin Franklin is smarter than any of the liberals. Okay, let me stop pontificating here, and we're going to go to the conference.
news conference.
Tell and Commissioner Mason will take questions. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I'll share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices bulges, capital OWO, what's this?" ? Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist!" ! Catch! ! Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow," and a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who's worked seamlessly together local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I will now turn the microphone over to the Director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play. We will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. But Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit of the timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilized these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local. Myself and Deputy Director Bongino arrived on the scene at approximately 5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. And I want to highlight what Governor Cox said. This would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent, and we're committed to that transparency. The crime scene, just a little bit there. It is a large crime scene. State and local authorities, along with federal authorities, processed that crime scene quickly. And I even had the ability to walk through that crime scene and walk through the steps the suspect took to to learn more about what was needed and what resources we needed to bear to create a full picture for the FBI and leadership back in Washington. Furthermore, thankfully to state and local partners, forensic evidence has been seized and continues to be garnered. Forensic evidence has already been evaluated at FBI laboratories in Quantico and state and local authorities here. We will continue to process evidence as we see it, as we collect it, and we will continue to deliver to Governor Cox and his team. Last night, we had a total of approximately 7,000 leads. As of this morning, thanks to your great work, we have over 11,000 leads that were called in to the FBI. And we are running out every single lead that we can. Every one of those leads will be run out. The arrest is a testament to the dedication of good law enforcement being great, and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight as my tenure as the director of the FBI. There is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. The FBI Salt Lake field office, along with our offices in LA, Phoenix, Denver, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, our headquarters component in Quantico, all participate in the FBI. I want to express my deep gratitude to the employees of the FBI, the men and women, the evidence response team tacticians, the special operators, the agents, the support staff. You have done monumental work in a historic time when the public, who had a right to demand such an expeditious solving of an investigation, the FBI answered that call diligently, critically important to our nation, and we delivered. And I'm proud to be their leader, and I'm proud to be the director of the FBI. This is a very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Thank you, and good morning. I would just like to take a few minutes as the sheriff to express my gratitude for everybody who has played a part in this investigation. As you know, it's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple of days, they're probably lucky. It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive, speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement, to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case. Across the state, sheriffs, chiefs, our state partners have stepped up and have come to the call on anything that we needed. Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources, their assets. Our local team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary in helping us work through this and bring this person to justice. Most of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned to prayers and who turned to positiveness for us. I would like to thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community, because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support, and you gave it to us. We needed your patience, and you gave it to us. And I would like to thank you for the Kirk family, because that's what they need, is your support and your prayers, and that will get us through all of this. So thank you, everybody, for everybody that has stepped up. We've had such a phenomenal response to this. Thank you.
I also want to give a special thanks to the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Their unwavering support and their commitment to justice is shown true here. And without AG Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and the resources they brought to bear, we would not have been able to complete our mission. And I just want to say special thanks. It's an honor to be a part of the Department of Justice.
Thank you again to our incredible law enforcement team who has worked so hard. Sheriff, I got a solid 90 minutes last night, so I'm probably the most well-rested person up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I get the microphone, so I hope you'll permit me a moment just to share a few more thoughts about where we are and how we got here and maybe a little bit of where we go from here. I don't want to get too preachy, but I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country. And violence is tragic everywhere, and every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, political assassination of Charlie Kirk, but it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been. As sad as I have ever been. And it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state, in my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people loved Charlie, and young people hated Charlie. And Charlie went into those places anyway. And these are the words that have helped me. Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them so much. A few months ago, I referenced this last night, Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends, and remember, internet fury is not real life. It's going to be okay. He again said, when you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to commit violence. He said, what we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have a reasonable agreement, where violence is not an option. Now, again, to my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now. Not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations. I think we need more moral clarity right now. I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence. And there is one person responsible for what happened here. And that person is now in custody and will be charged soon and will be held accountable. And yet, all of us have an opportunity right now to do something different. I want to thank my fellow Utahns. This bad stuff happens. For 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for, just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here. And it was one of us. But I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last 2 nights. There was no rioting. There was no looting. There were no cars set on fire. There's no violence. There were vigils and prayers and people coming together to share the humanity. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes. Because we can always point the finger at the other side. And at some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse. But see, these are choices that we can make. History will dictate if this is a turning point for our country. But every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency. And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat, liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA, all of us to please, please, please follow what Charlie taught me. I'll just conclude with words I share often from a friend and author Yuval Levin, who was asked if he was optimistic about our country. And he said, I'm not optimistic. He said, I hate optimism. God, that sounds bad. But he said, optimism is a vice. It's this idea that good things are just going to happen. And he said, in the history of the world, good things have never just happened. He said, I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful. And hope is the virtue that sits between the vices of optimism and pessimism. Hope is the idea that good things are going to happen because we can make them so. I still believe in our country. And I know Charlie Kirk believed in our country. I still believe that there is more good among us than evil. And I still believe that we can change the course of history. I'm hopeful because Americans can make it so. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to answer any questions you might have. I cannot speak to that. Well, I will leave that up to you to interpret what those engravings mean. I think the clearest one that says "catch fascist," there's not, and by the way, that's like catch like a ball, catch this. That's I think that speaks for itself. There's nothing more that we can share at this time. We do not at this time have any information that would lead to any additional arrests. Yes, but the investigation is ongoing. Yes, so right now, Mr. Robinson has been booked into the Utah County Jail. You heard the president this morning report that he was taken into custody, that his family and a friend helped to deliver him into custody of law enforcement in Washington County. Those of you that don't know where Washington County is, it is the southwesternmost part of the state of Utah. It's about a 3.5 to 4 hour drive from here, where we are right now, and that's where he lived and where they turned him in. Please, I'll go here. I can't share any more than what I've already shared. Yeah. So how we obtained the gun? The gun was found in. So I don't have much more details on that. We do know that he drove. We had his car here on campus, and then we had his car going south back to the St. George. It's actually the city of Washington in Washington County. I'm sorry. We don't have any information that would lead us to believe that. Yes, in fact, it was just released. Yes. I can't answer that right now. Yeah, thank you. Over here. I absolutely believe that this is a watershed in American history. Yes. The question is, what kind of watershed? And that chapter remains to be written. Is this the end of a dark chapter in our history, or the beginning of a darker chapter in our history? Look. I mean, if you look at true political assassinations in this country of someone of this stature, this feels a lot like the late '60s, and having one so gruesomely displayed on camera in all of our hands and in all of our pockets. We are not wired as human beings biologically, historically. We've not evolved in a way that we are capable of processing those types of violent imagery. And by the way, we've seen another one with a gruesome stabbing very recently that went viral. This is not good for us. It is not good to consume. Social media is a cancer on our society right now. And I would encourage people to log off, turn off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good in your community. That is happening, and it's happening organically right now. I had a friend in a small city in Utah who said, we're getting together. The Republicans and Democrats in my little town are getting together to have a discussion last night, just to find a way to find their better angels. So yes, this could be. I mean, again, you have to go back to JFK to have seen a video live of something like this happening. I wasn't born until 1975, but I know that things were really dark in the late '60s. Sorry to some of you. I know some of you were there, but this is our moment. Do we escalate, or do we find an off ramp? And again, it's a choice. It's a choice, and every one of us gets to make that choice. Two more questions right here. I cannot comment if there is a direct connection or not, but all I can say is that that through some process, the family came to know that this had happened. Correct. Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU. Last question here. Yes. Yeah. So I don't have any information on the mental illness part. He was not a student here at UVU. He was living and had lived for a long time with his family in Washington County, in the southernmost part of our state. Thank you, everyone, for your great work in getting this information out. I will just say, process-wise, this may be important. I know many of you aren't familiar with the process in Utah. I think it's important that you understand that. Basically, we have 3 days for charging documents to be filed. A CI will be filed. We'll have more information then, more detailed information as those charging documents are filed in preparation for a preliminary hearing. So 3 days. So we would anticipate then that early next week those charging documents will be filed. We will obviously be working. The county attorney will be working very closely with Mr. Kirk's family as those documents and decisions are prepared and made. Thanks, everyone.
Is your business reaching its full revenue potential? Save time and resources by closing deals faster with Conga's contract management software.
All right, thank you for joining us on this Friday morning. We start this hour with breaking news in the Charlie Kirk murder investigation. New this hour, just in the last few moments, President Trump announcing that a suspect is in custody. We are awaiting a press conference from the FBI to confirm that information from Utah. That will happen in about 30 minutes, so we're monitoring that. We're watching the podium. As soon as it happens, we'll bring it to you. The president, meantime, indicating that someone close to the suspect turned him in. Here's more.
With a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody. Somebody that was very close to him said, that's him. And essentially went to the father, went to a U.S. Marshal, who's fantastic, by the way, and the person was involved with law enforcement, but was a person of faith, a minister, and they brought him to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, and the father convinced the son that this is it. And again, I'm always subject to be corrected, but I'm just giving you based on what I'm hearing.
So again, still waiting on confirmation from local authorities, but a source telling News Nation that the suspect confessed to his father. His father told authorities he secured his son until police could arrive to pick him up. Joining us now, News Nation senior correspondent Brian Menton. He's in Orem, Utah, near the Utah Valley University, where all this happened this week. This tragic shooting and a sigh of relief, if this in fact is true, Brian. I know you're working your sources. What have you been able to confirm as we wait to hear from police?
Yeah, so the sources I've been talking to say that this all began to unfold yesterday evening, that this suspect was on the FBI's board in the operations center, that, they had a group of people that they were looking at, that he was up there, and that shortly before there was this press conference last night when the governor spoke, and shortly before the press conference, they were able to narrow it down to this person being the prime suspect. And that he was identified initially through facial recognition investigative methods that the FBI has, and they were aware of him, and that he then did confess to his father. And as it got closer to the press conference last night, it became clear to investigators again that he was the prime suspect. I'm also told that he was taken into custody in southern Utah, about an hour and 40 minutes or so in a rural area from Las Vegas. And that he is either in the process now of being brought back to the Salt Lake City area or may already be here, Marnie.
Do you have any indication the age, the affiliation with the campus, or that community of the suspect so far?
All right, I'm gonna.
No, none of that.
This is some of the old. This is some older film that was not film, but recording that was posted. We're gonna go to live now, but before we do that, I want to make just a quick announcement. My take on this is that this to stop the craziness in the country. Again, the overall theme will need to be spirituality or God, country, and family, right? Those three pillars are really important. All three pillars: God, country, and family. But to get there isn't going to be a straight path. It's not going to be a beeline. It's going to be tumultuous. There's going to be upheaval. Now, it seems as though this individual was radicalized in school, and that his family life seemed to be relatively decent, a decent upbringing. So this comes back to the problem of higher education and liberal teachers and pushing a liberal agenda and then getting radicalized. You know, schools, in a strange way, are like mosques. Sometimes a mosque is radicalizing terror. They're radicalizing their parishioners, and they can become terrorists. Well, guess what? Same thing is happening in higher education. The imams are no different than the ultra-liberal teachers. They radicalize students, and hence we get this type of situation. Now, what's shocking to me is how well he used a weapon. So I'd like to understand a little bit more about his experience with weapons. But he looks like he was radicalized at school, in college. Well, that's problematic. And this is why I keep on saying that there's this battle between conservatism and ultra-liberalism. And this country will not stand under ultra-liberalism. It was an erosion of our constitutional freedoms. That's for sure. There's no doubt about that. So to protect the Constitution, it's going to have to be in the vein or a tributary off of conservatism. Now, there's some people that will become ultra-conservative, which may be dangerous. But this middle ground or slightly right of center is where the country needs to be. Now, why? Because that's where most of the protection of our constitutional rights will be held. Now, how do we get there? If you're a conservative, you need to push back with rhetoric against ultra-liberals and the liberal mentality. But to be non-physically confrontational. You can be confrontational, but just non-physically confrontational. Now, for the ones that are liberal or ultra, especially the ultra-liberal ones, they're going to need to be slowly convinced by this rhetoric from the conservatives that their way of life is not conducive to a productive society, and that move them towards this God, country, and family concept. But there's going to be hardcore ultra-libs. And if they start eroding your constitutional freedoms, silencing you because of your freedom of speech, or doing false flags or whatever to try to erode your constitutional freedoms, then it is the right and obligation of the citizenry to make sure that the Constitution is protected. And so peaceful rhetoric may have to escalate towards something that is more kinetic. Now, we're not there yet, but the thing is that chances are, as we move towards the midterm elections in the United States and the precariousness of the Republicans controlling the Senate and the House because of the slim margins, it is super important to be vigilant that the ultra-lib is going to try to stir the beehive. And when they do, how will Republicans and how will the conservatives react? And if you are being silenced like Charlie Kirk was silenced, if you start seeing more of this happening, the only recourse is kinetic, because the rhetoric, the peaceful rhetoric path didn't work. And I suspect that there's going to be more violence in this. You're going to have certain groups becoming more peaceful. Some liberals may not gravitate to conservative ideals, but they will stay peaceful. But there are these fringe group. There is a fringe group within the liberals community that will turn this into a kinetic event. So this will just escalate more. We're going to see more. We're going to see something maybe not as extensive or have the same magnitude as the assassination of Kirk. But this is there's going to be more of this that takes place at a more local level, not such at a national level. There's a battle that is happening, and liberalism is eroding constitutional freedoms. And the Constitution is far more important than anyone's life. No one's life is more important. Nobody's life is more important than the Constitution. Not the president's, not the vice president, not the Speaker of the House, not you, not your family, not your mother, not your father, not your kids, nobody. The Constitution is paramount. So if someone is trying to take that away from you, trying to silence you with a kinetic means, then the only answer is kinetic. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the complete multivitamin. This is the foundation for the foundational protocol to slow down the aging process and to boost up the immune system. Complete multivitamin is easy to digest, and it has the vitamins that you need as cofactors for enzymatic activity. And stack it with the probiotic. I have it in a powdered form or in a veggie cap form, all right? Now, with a good probiotic, what you do is you're improving your immune system at the gut level. You're improving energy absorption, your nutrients. You're improving the ability to extract from your food stuff. And you're improving the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You're going to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to concentrate better. You're going to be able to get better sleep. You'll be able to consolidate memory and detoxify your central nervous system. So good gut biome is actually very beneficial for you. So make sure you take it every day. You can get the MB40 probiotic. That's the veggie cap version, or the premium prebiotic and probiotic powder. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get those. In addition, get magnesium and zinc and vitamin C and magnesium. Magnesium and zinc is going to help boost up that immune system and your brain function, super important. And vitamin C and magnesium will help with the skin, the immune system, and brain function. Stack them together for max benefit, and magnesium increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. It's really important that you get the vitamin C and magnesium and the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin D3 from my store, and make sure that you take it this fall and winter. You should be taking it every day just to be part of that anti-aging protocol and boost up that immune system, but especially take it in the fall and the winter this year. Super important. Better pay attention. Things are getting to get a little hairy during the fall and the winter, and I'm trying to navigate you through it. So let's listen into Live Now.
The law enforcement professionals to the people giving tips deserves our credit and gratitude. In some ways, the investigation is still in the early days, but I do believe we have the shooter in custody. Say a prayer for Kirk and those two beautiful babies. We took a big step this morning in getting justice for Charlie and for his family. He concludes by saying, thanks be to God for that. So again, that is the very latest from VP J.D. Vance on this Friday morning as we are learning in real time the very latest. If you're just now tuning in, I want to get back to the shooter as we are learning more information. I do want to share this tweet really briefly, though, here from McNair out of Orem, Utah, with the Associated Press. They report a Utah governor calling Kirk killing attack on the American experiment, urging new generation to choose a different path. And as I did mention that to you in that press conference, again, popping that mugshot back up, that just into Live Now from Fox, that side-by-side booking photo. As we are learning, the suspect in custody and connected with that assassination of Charlie Kirk is 22-year-old from Utah, identified there as Tyler Robinson. I will tell you in that press conference, as we were learning from Meg with the Associated Press, that the Utah governor is calling the Kirk killing, quote, attack on the American experiment. He did have some emotional words in that press conference where he did say, quote, is this the end of a dark chapter or the beginning of a darker chapter in history? And we also post that question right here on Live Now from Fox as we are working to learn the very latest. As we do so, I do want to catch you up if you're just now tuning in. Good morning to you.
We'll pivot to another news story, but it's going to be a darker chapter. Why? Social media. Social media isn't going to make your kids better citizens. Social media isn't going to make your kids smarter. Quite the opposite. Social media will make your kids stupid. And social media will make your kids more radicalized. Are the universities going to quickly change their rhetoric with these liberal or ultra-liberal professors? No. Actually, with some of the lost ground from the Trump administration in the courts, higher level universities like Harvard are going to be emboldened to continue these leftist policies. Looking at the gleeful celebration by many TikTokers and individuals posting on social media about the death of Kirk doesn't seem promising for better days around the corner in Americana. Quite the opposite. This is why I keep on saying that stay the course, God, country, and family, and protect the Constitution. And that this battle between the bedrock of our constitutional freedoms have to be protected. And it may have to go kinetic. Now, who do you blame? You can blame academia and the leftist individuals that are trying to destroy the bedrock of our country. Freedom of speech, yes. but freedom of speech to create animosity to actually take away constitutional freedoms. Well, wait a minute. That's exactly what the left is doing. Just pay attention to it. That's exactly what the left is doing. Using freedom of speech, which it should be protected. Their right to say things should be protected. But they're using freedom of speech to create animosity within the society, have elite institutions promote students that have this leftist ideology into government to rewrite laws to erode your constitutional freedoms. And then pack the court system at the federal level and at the state level where conservative values are not upheld. Let me give you an example. Leftist ideology trying to pack the court for the Supreme Court by increasing the number of seats. Do you think that's going to protect your constitutional freedoms? Probably not. More infringement of the Second Amendment? You think that's going to protect your freedoms? Changing of the English language and what you can and cannot say? You think that's protecting your First Amendment? The surveillance technology that is starting to build out, what I call the Bio-Patriot Act, this surveillance technology. Yeah, the surveillance technology helped to catch the evildoer, Tyler Robinson, or whatever his name is. But you have a never-ending eye on your whereabouts. Big government. This was warned in 1984 by Orwell. Do you think your constitutional freedoms are protected? Do you feel safer with the big eye on you constantly? So it's not going to get better. Do you think people are just going to race to religion in mass, especially the youth? No. So you have stupid youths. You have a radicalized youth by academia and by social media. And you have individuals that don't really have a foundation of God, country, and family. So things are going to get better. It's like low probability that things are going to get better. It's higher probability that things are going to get worse. And it's going to go kinetic. And if that's what needs to happen to protect the Constitution, so be it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. Why? Because we're probably going to have a civil war. You better gain some muscle. Gladiator Barley is going to build muscle, all kidding aside. Gladiator Barley will help you build muscle. This is a high-density protein, very nutritious. Do resistance training, take the Gladiator Barley daily. It will detoxify your body, bring down inflammation. And by bringing down inflammation, that will help with your joints. It'll help you recover after your workout. It'll help with your immune system and your endocrine system, even bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level. So bringing down inflammation is key to slowing down the aging process. And this will soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. So this is a great way to build muscle, and it's a great way to get healthy. So please go to my store and get the Gladiator Barley. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right. Let's listen to Quest Means Business. Once in a while, I'll play his episodes.
Revised numbers show the US job market is much weaker and on shaky ground than when President Trump launched his trade war. The US economy added only 911,000 fewer jobs than first thought during the year ending in March. It's 71,000 a month, which is incredibly weak. Overall, this revision is the largest on record, and proof from the White House that the BLS, the Bureau of Labour Statistics, is broken. Dan Altman is the author of the High Yield Economics newsletter. Dan's with me from New York. I want to go through this in two different aspects now, because it is complex. Let's first of all deal with the economics of it, not the BLS side of it. This is obviously now, this is grist to the mill for an interest rate cut, and arguably it could be for a 50 basis point cut, not 25 basis. But does this not justify Donald Trump's point that Powell should have cut sooner? He should have been better aware of this weakness.
I'm not sure it does, Richard, because the unemployment rate still hasn't risen very much. And the reason is that labor supply growth has dwindled just as labor demand growth has dwindled. What we saw starting in mid-2024 was a marked decline in work permits and asylum given to immigrants. We were at a rate of 250,000 a month in December 2023, and that came down to about 8,000 early this year. So there just wasn't as much labor supply coming online. And as a result, even though labor demand was cooling, we still have a fairly low unemployment rate. And Powell's job is to maximize employment for the people who are actually in the United States. His job is not to maximize labor demand and send wages shooting through the roof.
But when you look at these numbers, and I understand what you're saying, that the weakness comes from, in a sense, the weakness comes from the very policies that the president is now saying needs to be reinforced. But at the same time, we do know that demand is, the consumer demand is falling, that the economy is slowing, and that the argument for interest rate cuts is now pretty much inarguable.
Well, I agree that the economy is slowing. I think labor supply is an important part of that picture. And I do think that the Fed will cut by 25 basis points this month, but I think it will do so partly as a trial balloon, because I think it wants to see how the economy will react to that loosening of credit. If there's not much change in inflation in the next couple of months, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of overheating, then they may continue. But I think they're operating in a territory here that's not really well known to them.
So let's do the other side, the BLS side. Now, every economist knows that the numbers are dodgy to start with, and by that I don't mean they're fiddled. They're just very difficult. They're very complicated. They're very, very technical and fiddly to get right. So a revision is not unusual, even a large revision. Does this give, what you've seen today, does this give cause for concern about the integrity, not the process?
I don't have any concerns about the integrity under the civil servants who work for the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I'm sure that they're doing the best they can. They have a system of statistical estimates which may need updating for this unusual situation of falling labor supply, which was a result of policies that they would not normally take into account directly when forming their estimates. That's something that ought to be looked at. But I have no doubt of the integrity of the people who have been doing this job for years in exactly the same way.
Is there a way to improve the numbers?
Yes. Well, some people have said, why don't you just count everybody instead of doing statistical estimates based on a sample? That's essentially what these revisions come from. And as you can see, we have to wait about 6 months for that count to complete. So it would take a lot more funding and a lot more effort to make that happen. Unfortunately, the BLS is now getting less funding.
And finally, Stephen Meehan, of course, who's being put forward for a Fed for the to fill an unexpired post on the Fed. He believes, well, they're so dodgy, these numbers, let's not bother even issuing them at all. I'm guessing you don't subscribe to that view.
Well, I know that a lot of businesses, when making decisions, want to understand the employment picture and consumer demand as close to real time as they can. Now, you can ask them, would they rather have a statistical estimate which is unbiased but perhaps noisy and have it a month after the data are available, or would they rather wait 6 or 7 months for something that's a bit more accurate? I think some of them would say they'd still rather have the noisy estimate sooner.
That's a lovely way of putting it. Noisy estimate. It describes exactly what we're talking about. I'm very good with that. Thank you, Julia. Thank you.
All righty. We're going to go to live now. They're interviewing, I think, maybe an ex-FBI guy, maybe ex-law enforcement. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Protect your neurons. Super important. Why? We went through a crisis in 2020, and many different systems are going to be affected long-term, what I call the aftershock. And one of those organ systems is your brain. You're going to know many people, about 30 to 40% of the people that you know that are age 40 or older will have early onset, the signs of early onset of dementia within 5 years. Within 5 years. So it's extremely important to pay attention to me. You need to bring down inflammation at the cerebral level. You need to improve your cardiovascular flow to your brain. And you need to protect the neurons. And you protect the neurons by soaking up those free radicals, bringing down inflammation, and taking supplementation that will help with maintaining the myelin sheath, improving the mitochondrial health of the neuron, and giving the proper microenvironment for those neurons to be healthy and to maintain the positive neuroplasticity. But if you don't be surprised that you get early onset of dementia. Now, it's really important, again, to look at this from a holistic point of view. Detoxification of your body, better cardiovascular fitness, bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals, taking supplements that will actually improve the health and protect the neuron. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. You can't get anything better than this. What I have in my hand is the best that you can get. Now, ubiquinol is going to soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant, but it's also going to help with the mitochondrial health and boost up the ATP levels. This will help for the neuron to be able to produce the neurotransmitters, to shoot off those neurotransmitters, and to maintain a healthy neuron. Super important. Take ubiquinol if you're age 40 or older. Start to take it every day. An NAD+. It's a supplement that will boost up your NAD+ levels, increase your energy, repair DNA damage, including in your neuron, and help with the health of the mitochondria, because it'll also repair the DNA damage in your mitochondria, because you have cellular DNA and you have mitochondrial DNA. This will help to repair it. And NAD+ will help to protect the neuron. Stack them together. It's really important. So get the ubiquinol and the NAD+. But again, it's a holistic approach. Proper supplementation and proper diet and exercise. Learn new things and provide a microenvironment to provide the neurons to be as healthy as they can be, so you can mitigate the problem that is going to start to happen. And you're going to notice that people that haven't been doing this within 5 years, you're going to be noticing, guess what? Early onset of dementia. And there's a multitude of reasons of why it's happening. But it's happening. People 40 years of age or older are going to start getting it.
Of this country, aren't we? You see people walking away from law and order and accountability. And now we've got people walking away from the right to free speech and the right to express opinions and the right to participate in public debate without having a fear of their lives. And again, this is Republicans and Democrats really need to get together on this, along with the rest of the American people, and have to say enough is enough. We can no longer tolerate this. We need to reinstitute deterrence in this country. And I think we're going to see it in this case. The governor was very quick to point out that the death penalty is on the table in Utah, and there's got to be deterrence in this country. People have to understand that if you want to act in a manner that undercuts the foundations of this country, there will be accountability. That accountability will be swift, and that accountability will be harsh. It's as simple as that.
As we discuss accountability and what could happen next, I actually want to stick to the facts and the timeline that we know, and I know you'll be able to help us come through it this morning, Chuck. Hopefully you can see this along with the viewers. Yes. That is the latest timeline of Charlie Kirk's murder, and I want to share this with you because you provided a statement saying Charlie should have never been put in this position. If we look at the timeline, 1209, Charlie Kirk walked on stage for his America Comeback Tour. And as you know, Chuck, this was that tour across several college campuses and universities across America, giving not only Charlie the point to express his opinions, but to allow students to step up to the microphone and voice theirs. At 12:23, Charlie Kirk shot with a single bullet on stage, immediately taken to a local hospital. 12:52, University Police and then Orem, Utah Police Department announcing they are investigating the shooting. Then just hours later, 2:40 p.m., the commander-in-chief announcing Charlie Kirk has died on Truth Social. You said that so eloquently, Chuck, that Charlie Kirk should have never been put in this position, as we saw someone climb on top of a roof and shoot him. Break this down for us, because for him to have not been put in this position, we do know that Charlie was very big on free speech, and we do know that he wanted to allow faculty and students to do the same. However, many people sharing that sentiment with you this morning, Chuck, that if you're going to go on these tours, you need to have the correct Secret Service and law enforcement around you to make sure the worst does not come to fruition.
Well, we got to remember Charlie Kirk did not hold a government position. He was just an American citizen like us, out there expressing ideas. Yes, they were mainly political ideas, and he wanted to debate those political ideas, but he was just a citizen. So had private security. Of course, they were augmented by the campus police. But what really needs to drive the security operations is the intelligence. And what we know, based on the intelligence, whether it's social media or other means, is that he was a very divisive person, according to those on the left. They did not agree with his ideologies and with his beliefs. And that took it all the way to direct threats in many cases that were out there. I would imagine Charlie Kirk was very aware of that. But the intelligence needs to drive the operations. That event, you cannot have an event where there's no ticketing, no screening for weapons, no enhanced law enforcement participation, no ambulance on site, and no additional security measures in place. And sometimes the answer is we just cannot protect you in this kind of environment. And the advice is that you move it to another location, maybe shrink it down in size, and implement all of those screening capabilities that I speak of. I deal with this.
This is a perfect example of what I mean. If conservatives don't align themselves with God, country, and family and protect constitutional rights, you're going to lose them, because the government can't or will not do it for you. Period. He's just saying it. Oh, we don't have the resources to protect your freedom of speech in a venue. All right. But that doesn't mean that it should stop. I'm telling you, it's the citizenry that's going to protect the Constitution, not the government. Now, how are you going to do that when you either have government tyranny or the tyranny of the ultra-liberal, or even the tyranny of the ultra-right? You got to have means to protect your civil liberties. And that's exactly what Madison and Hamilton and Jefferson were debating about, and came to the conclusion that the Second Amendment is the only means to make sure that those rights are protected.
Did have close ties to many Republicans and even to the U.S. president. He did not have Secret Service. He had, his maybe own purchased law enforcement, his own security. They still should have climbed on roofs, though, correct? We've seen with several details how people will be coming along. They're going through buildings. They're climbing on top of the roof. They're standing at different locations to notice if anything seems odd to prevent assassinations from happening.
Yeah, everything's a decision point, isn't it? If you don't have the appropriate resources to counter the threat level that exists in the world in which we live, then it's time to have a serious conversation about whether or not this was the best venue for him to hold this. And we know the answer, unfortunately, and it didn't match the threat level. And there were a lot of gaps. You know, we're going to learn a lot here because as we got further and further away from the time of this incident, the probability went down that there was a chance of still getting this suspect alive. We see oftentimes they take their own lives or they create an environment where law enforcement needs to use deadly force. The fact that we don't have that here and that this individual has essentially confessed to what he did is going to give us a lot of information on the lead up regarding planning, regarding his social media use, regarding any potential manifestos, all the way up to the event and after the event. So we really should be able, on the law enforcement side, to get a timeline of everything that went into the planning and preparation, because this was well planned. It's my belief that this was always a single shot mission by the suspect, and that is he was going to take one shot and one shot only. He was confident enough in his ability to fire the shot that he was going to be able to assassinate Charlie Kirk. But if he didn't, that was okay too, because he needed to escape. Escape was always a significant part of his plan, which is why you had one shot fired and then quickly down that roof into the neighboring neighborhoods.
Unfortunately, every time we have these tragic conversations, we end it many times saying, hopefully it's the last. And we've seen over the course of history that unfortunately it is not. There's always someone out there that's concocting a plan, a manifesto, as you just mentioned, that's plotting and planning to carry out the
There's more to this than just lone wolf. This is societal. This is a battle of civilization. This is a battle of ideals. And it's not going to be won on just the balcony of rhetoric. It's going to be won by watering the tree of liberty. That's the only way. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
And that means making the right decisions at the right time, paying attention to your surroundings, know where you're going, know when the risks increase, right? We know that the risks increase the larger the events are. And this is from a perspective of terrorism. This is from a perspective of lone wolves. Law enforcement is very well aware of this. What you had at the event at the university in Utah was you had a very small police department that had limited resources. You heard the police chief in one of the first press conferences say,
the strategy with the ultra liberals is that radicalize and then it spins off a lone wolf. Radicalize, it spins off another lone wolf. But eventually what's going to happen over time is it's going to be more coordinated. If this was coordinated, more damage would have been done. And when it goes coordinated, what does the conservative do? What are the constitutional freedoms? How are the constitutional freedoms are going to be protected? Do you think the government's going to protect you? Obviously, the government didn't protect Kirk. Oh, it was too big of an event, and it was too risky. Are you supposed to stop talking? You only have a certain threshold of number of voices that could be heard. You want to put a cap on that? Is that the solution? society has rot in it. You think these liberals with all the piercings and all the tattoos and the blue hair and the hating of fetuses and the hating of mankind is a healthy thing? It's a disease. It's literally a mental disease. But what are you going to do? Just wait until the government, comes to save the day on a white horse? Think that's going to happen? Because it's not going to happen. Civil war is the only answer.
Somebody has undergone some part of a background check. The gap is, why is the mental health portion of these individuals' lives not making it and integrated with the law enforcement portion? If we're looking to see that someone's been arrested previously, that may preclude them from owning a firearm legally, why aren't we doing the same with mental health? And in the cases where that may be absent, why aren't family members and friends stepping up, as could have easily been done in this case?
Dr. Marino, always a pleasure. We thoroughly appreciate how you do not mince words. Thank you so much for your expertise and dialogue on this Friday.
I mean, here's a classic example. Now, I'm not a big fan of Tim Pool. Not at all. I don't trust people that only wear winter hats. All right, so the wannabe edge, Tim Pool, all right, did say something that is important, and that is that he's, to paraphrase it, the left is declaring if you speak against them, it's okay for them to kill you. No First Amendment rights in their world. They want us all dead. This isn't hyperbolic, it's real life. All right, so this is a response to Tim and what Tim's saying. But he's right. The left is radicalized, and the government can't protect you for your own life, but it sure as hell can't protect your constitutional freedoms. We just saw that play out in Utah. Now just imagine when this metastasizes. This is a one event. This is one cell in the body of society. What happens when the cancer of ultra-liberal ideology spreads and we have more of these types of things happen in society? What are we going to do then? Think the government's going to be able to clamp it down? Really? You really think that? You think the government's going to come in and protect your civil liberties? Of course not. Because liberals hate God, hate government, hate the government, and hate family, it's going to devolve into chaos. So the only way to do this is to try to peacefully convince them not to be that way, and or go kinetic when they have gone over the line. Now, this is a one-off. But there's many one-offs. But the thing is it's accelerating. There is this metastasizing of this disease. Now, the liberals will say, well, there's also conservatives that are out of control too. That's true. That is true. Both sides have extreme. But the thing is that when you look at the data of this, where's most of the extreme rhetoric to erode your constitutional freedoms? It's not from the conservative side. It's from the liberal side. So this is a battle of what we want the country to be. Do we want it to be a collective society, or do we want to have individualism where your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness is protected with a bunch of civil liberties that are enshrined in the Constitution? Or do we want some sort of Maoist ideology run by a one-party government?
Sometimes you have to fight.
Investigators at Utah Valley University.
They're just replaying
This information was also
They're just
conveyed
replaying
to
his
the FBI.
replaying his speech. But I'll tell you, this is going to metastasize across the country because of this disease of ultra-liberalism. It's a disease. All right. Let's listen into I think this is about China here.
If you're using ChatGPT,
Russia. It's
enjoy
Russia
it while you can, because I believe Elon Musk just invented the ChatGPT killer.
President Trump is pressuring the European Union to impose 100% tariffs on China and India over their purchases of Russian oil. This is all in an effort to bring Vladimir Putin to the negotiating table and end the war in Ukraine. The EU, one of China's top trading partners, behind the United States, over $850 billion in goods traded, compared to $140 billion with India and nearly $80 billion with Russia. President Trump says he will be meeting with India's Prime Minister Modi on trade in the coming weeks. Let's bring in Gatestone Institute senior fellow Gordon Chang. Gordon, great to see you once again. We talked about this on Monday with you and the fact that you've got this, axis of evil, but it's also coming down to the energy needs of India and their purchases of Russian energy, which still, now it's Thursday, they still have not signaled that they're going to stop doing.
Yes, and China continues to purchase Russian oil in large quantities. I think President Trump has lost patience with Vladimir Putin. Trump tried to accommodate Putin and gave him an off-ramp, and Putin hasn't taken it. And also, we saw early yesterday morning, Russia sent 19 drones into Polish airspace. And this is getting extremely serious. This is 1939, Cheryl. Poland has invoked Article 4 of the NATO treaty that's demanding consultations. That's one step away from Article 5. Article 5 is essentially war with the Russian Federation. So we are at the doorstep of catastrophe right now. And, I don't know where this goes, but I do hope that we start to impose those costs on Putin and on Xi Jinping to show them that we mean business. Because if we don't do that, they are going to continue to run against us.
Well, it goes back to the issue of this alliance between these leaders, and many say that that was a message that was being sent to the United States. Nobody would have been happier about that message than Vladimir Putin, to be clear. But there's a piece in the Wall Street Journal this morning that says East is East. Fears of the India-China-Russia alliance overblown. But you have commentators, one on CNN, saying that those pictures of those leaders should send a chill down the spine of every American. Are these concerns overblown?
No, they're not. I mean, we have heard for a decade from the smart people in New York and Washington that Russia and China would never get together. And, they point out, well, these two countries have been historical adversaries, and that's absolutely true. And yes, their partnership of today probably won't last for 3 or 4 decades, but that's not what's important. What's important, Cheryl, is what Russia and China are doing right now. And right now, they're coordinating their policies, they're assaulting us. It's because they see the world in the same terms, and they view the United States as an enemy, and they can see that we are not willing to take adequate measures to protect ourselves, our friends, and our allies. And they view that as being feeble. Now, I believe that they're wrong, but that's the way they view things. And that's important because that determines the way they act.
I've got Marcus Lemonis on the set with me. He's got a question for you.
Well, when I think about where the real risk is, the risk is really around energy and what that's going to cause the U.S. to continue to ask the EU to do with tariffs. We know there's a difference between tariffs and sanctions. How do you see those two things playing out? Are there going to be sanctions, or are we going to keep playing this tariff game?
We got to do more than just the tariffs, Marcus. We have got to cut off the flow of money to Russia, because if there's no money for Russia, there's no war in Ukraine. And we have taken steps in that direction with sanctions, but we we don't enforce them with the vigor that is absolutely necessary. And of course, the sanctions aren't as strict as they need to be in the first place.
Well,
So
Gordon,
tariffs are part of a package, but we need to go further.
when you say further, right, so we're talking about monetary policy. Cutting off the money to Russia is really about taking out the energy problem that's there. So when you say further, what does further mean to you?
It means that we have to make sure that neither the United States, nor Europe, nor our friends and partners around the world do any business with Russia.
Right. Well, honestly, you know, if you look at the moves that China has made, what's interesting, and this just broke yesterday, Gordon, we found out that these lawmakers in Washington from the House Armed Services Committee, you know, there's a report they're planning a trip to China later this month, led by the way, a Democrat. I mean, this is just 1 week after we saw that visit between Modi and Putin and Xi Jinping. President Trump also potentially visiting South Korea next month. He could meet with Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the APEC summit, Gordon. So what do you expect? And what do you think I'm not sure I understand what these lawmakers think they're going to do with China, because you know, China doesn't seem to respond, from what I've seen, to dialogue. They respond to pressure, to threats.
Yes, I mean, we're Americans, so we think that we can talk everybody into seeing the world the way we do. But for decades, we've talked to China, and we have tried to convince them that they should calculate their interests the way we see it. But unfortunately, that's not the case. And the problem here is that sometimes talking makes things worse. It makes it worse because the Chinese know what they're doing. They know that we're upset about it, and yet they see that we are not willing to use American power to coerce them. And so they believe that either we're feeble or that we're finished as a world power, which is what Xi Jinping has actually been telling people. So really at the point we need to say, look, yes, we've done with talking because this is only aggravating a situation. I know this is a message that people in democracies don't want to hear, but unfortunately, we're at 1939, and we have actually got to get to the point where we use our power to protect ourselves. It's just simple as that. And by the way, Cheryl, today is the 24th anniversary of 9/11. 9/11 occurred because we were unwilling to listen to what Osama bin Laden was saying about the United States, even after he killed 6 Americans in 1993 with the bombing of the North Tower of the World Trade Center. So we have a problem with enemy identification. And this time our enemies have weapons that pose existential threats to the United States, unlike Osama bin Laden, unlike what happened in the 1930s.
Okay, Gordon, I want you to stand by here for just a sec.
All righty. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ashwagandha root. Ashwagandha root will help to control your cortisol levels and help with your blood glucose levels. Super important for your immune system and cardiovascular system. Lignans helps with your immune system and your endocrine system. Soaks up free radicals and brings down inflammation. Very important for your cardiovascular system and your immune system. Are you noticing a theme? Turmeric. Turmeric will soak up free radicals, bring down inflammation, especially pro-inflammatory cytokines. You don't want those. And help with your immune system and cardiovascular system. So when you stack these together, they're synergistic to help with the cardiovascular health and your immune system. It's the third pillar of my core protocol. So please go to my store, get this, help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Super important. And be prepared for the fall and the winter. You're going to need it because something's coming. And a lot of people aren't paying attention. And you don't want it, trust me. So what you want to do is boost up that immune system. But it's holistic. Make sure you do some exercise, eat properly, drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, get plenty of sleep, do mindfulness, have mindfulness or spirituality or some meditation to help you to go into a parasympathetic mode. Because if you're in sympathetic mode all the time, you're going to stress your body. So you want to go and bring that into parasympathetic mode. And when you do this on a regular basis, your body is healing. So it's a holistic approach. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the ashwagandha root, the lignans, and the turmeric. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's listen to the rate cut, the potential rate cut that's coming up.
It means the world that I'm able to continue building the life for the kids that Jared and I both envisioned.
The revision to the jobs report was about payroll employment. It had no effect on our estimates of the unemployment rate. It was the case last year where those revisions to employment are relevant, that the unemployment rate was rising. So I'd say that the revisions paint a more consistent picture of the labor market, right? The unemployment rate had risen enough to trigger the SOM rule, and we now know that the payrolls, they slowed, and in fact, they slowed even more than what we had thought at the time. So they kind of more in harmony together, I guess.
With the dynamics of where we are, particularly with immigration, is a 4.3% unemployment rate what used to be a higher unemployment rate? Can you say that?
So the unemployment rate that we would kind of settle into when things are good, it does move around over time. I think one reason we see unemployment rates that are quite a bit lower than, say, decades ago, 4.3% historically is quite low, is that we have an older workforce. Workers who have more experience tend to, move in and out of jobs, lose jobs less frequently. So I think a lot of it's demographics where we're at kind of this lower unemployment rate. And that's why when you're trying to think about where are we headed to a recession? Are things really going south? You look at changes in the unemployment rate as opposed to a particular level. Like that's such an important, and we've seen in recent months, the unemployment rate nudging its way up, still slowly, but moving in the wrong direction.
Behold the shifting balance of risks, and I want to ask you about that and the Fed Reserve's capacity to deal with it. And I look at the most recent Bloomberg survey of Wall Street economists. There's this expectation here that the language is going to change from the Fed chairman when he speaks on Wednesday about the labor market and the condition that it's in. What is your sense of this Fed Reserve's capacity to deal with the shift here more toward the labor markets? It seems it's going to be the case. And as Tom and I were mentioning just a moment ago, we're at a point here where we really don't have a full grasp on the personnel around that table on Tuesday and Wednesday. That's still very much up in the air. Perhaps a basic question, but does that color the conversation that's going to take place there on Tuesday and Wednesday at all?
The conversation and the rate decision is going to hinge on the data. And the Fed they are grappling with a really tricky environment in that inflation's too high. Like it is not, and it's not moving towards the Fed's target right now. And then you have employment that has really softened. It might be structure, it might be immigration, but it might not be. It might be demand is really slipping. And so the Fed's got one tool and they've got two problems that are going in different directions. So they're going to have to frame up and really assess from the data which of these two risks is bigger and more persistent. That's the way the Fed has outlined that it approaches this. That's how they're going to do it next week. But the reality is this is not going to be a normal FOMC meeting, right? There's a lot, and frankly, it may matter more for the inflation outlook, the rate outlook, not just next week, but going forward, who actually is sitting at that table and voting. Because it will be a big change in Fed policy if Lisa Cook is not there.
Claudia Sam with us, folks, as we have an eventful Friday. We're awaiting an FBI briefing here in the 9 o'clock hour. David Gurr and Tom Keaton with you nationwide. Claudia, one of the magical things you had was a tour of duty with Matt Shapiro at Michigan. You folks did more on inflation research than anyone I can imagine within academics. I've been talking a lot, Claudia, in my stilted way, about the substitution effect. Is it in place now with this new bout of inflation? Lisa, help me here. Joe Weisenthal had beef prices up, banana prices up, coffee prices through the moon. Claudia, is it normal sound economics now as we substitute and try to get to Monday with our diminished purchasing power?
Right, so it's a basic
reality of economic behavior. I mean, people are they're going to react to prices. That's why we have prices. It tells us something about what's scarce and what's available. And so there absolutely should be seeing some adjustments, but we have to be, real about the extent to which people can make substitutions, right? Like there are, housing is a very expensive for many Americans, and it's also a necessity, right? So there is a process of adjustment going on. Some of our inflation statistics capture that substitution in real time better than others, but I think we also shouldn't. I would also push back on some of the discussions around tariffs where it's like, oh, it's a relative price change. The tariff goods, their prices go up. So then people just shift to something, shift away from that. And then inflation overall doesn't go up. I don't think that's the read that we get out of the data. Inflation is stalled out and is moving ever so slightly higher. So I think substitution is there, but there are limits to how much people can deal with these price changes.
All righty. All right, let's listen into the Hill, and they're covering Omar criticizes conservatives.
New this morning, the suspect in Charlie Kirk's murder has been identified.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox says the suspect is 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. Cox says that a family member saw Robinson become more political recently. Cox thanked Robinson's family for turning him in.
Now, Charlie Kirk's death has sparked many reactions from people across the media and political worlds.
Some lawmakers, for instance, are calling for legislative action. Here's Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
This is horrific. This is awful. And the assassination of Charlie Kirk risks an uncorking of political chaos. Are we going to do something, or are we going to argue over rhetoric? That is my question about this. We have to pass gun safety legislation and stop this.
Once again, ultra liberal trying to take away your constitutional rights. And oh, by the way, my ancestors actually ratified the Constitution in New Jersey. But put that aside. And almost fought every single damn war that we've had in the country up to Vietnam. But with that stated, with that set aside here, here's a classic example of what I'm talking about, where you have a representative in Congress that's a liberal or ultra liberal that wants to erode your Constitution. Because she's saying to be safe, you got to have a nanny state. To be safe, you got to take away some of those freedoms. And I guarantee you she didn't read the Federalist Papers. So how can she even have that stance if she isn't educated enough on what the Founding Fathers discussed during the actual writing of the Constitution? I mean, my ancestor was there. Why? Why? Because if it starts there, then you can erode up further. Erode the Fourth Amendment. Why not erode some of the First Amendment? You don't need freedom of press anymore. You can't say certain things for your speech. Look at what's happening in England. And then let's say they open up the borders. Let's say a Democrat gets into office and they want to open up the borders and have a flood of illegal aliens coming in. Millions a day. Right? And you have a population that says, we don't want this. And they call it hate speech. What's your recourse? Now do you understand how important and how much wisdom is constructed in those Bill of Rights? But we got a barmaid that's telling you that, oh, we got to take that away from you. No, no, no.
Republican Congressman Clay Higgins is vowing to do something a little different. Higgins wrote in part on X, quote, "I'm going to use congressional authority and every influence of big tech platforms to mandate immediate bans for life of every post or commenter that belittled the assassination of Charlie Kirk." He continued, "I'm also going after their business licenses and permitting. Their businesses will be blacklisted aggressively. They should be kicked from every school and their driver's licenses should be revoked." Then there's President Trump, who yesterday urged his supporters not to turn to violence and vowed to solve the problem of, quote, radical left lunatics. Let's listen.
Not really. I'm really concerned.
Use Kayak's best time to travel tool to find the perfect time to go wherever you're going. Then do what people do. Get distracted shopping for sun hats. Celebrities and sun hats. Celebrity.
Not really. I'm really concerned for our country. We have a great country. We have a radical left group of lunatics out there, just absolute lunatics, and we're going to get that problem solved. I think that way. He was an advocate of nonviolence. That's the way I like to see people respond.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar also made comments that appeared to rub some conservatives the wrong way.
But it gets to the point.
Congresswoman is on.
It gets to the point where the ultra lib keeps on pushing and pushing and pushing and tries to erode your constitutional rights. And if the government doesn't stop it, the citizenry has no other recourse than to exercise the obligation and the right of protecting those civil liberties. It's the right and obligation of the citizenry to protect the Constitution.
Mehdi Hassan show.
You have people like Nancy Mace who constantly harass, people that she finds inferior and wants them not to exist in this country or ever. And you have people like Trump who has incited violence against people like me. And so, these people are full of shit, and it's important for us to call them out while
a representative in Congress, it doesn't have civility, pushing a Islamic agenda. Now think about this for a second. Sharia, according to Islamic tradition, supersedes the Constitution. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's a fundamental problem. So let's look at these data points. If you let a major city like London fall to a caliphate, and the potentiality of the same thing happening in New York, don't you think that at the national level, if that happened, that something similar would happen in terms of the disillusion of the society? Civility is going to go out the window. You're starting to see it right here. And this is somewhat benign. But she's a representative. And my understanding is that she also lied to get into the country. But put that aside. Whatever the case was, if she lied about who she was married to or whatever, it doesn't matter, right? The reality here is that ultra liberals want to erode the Constitution. They want to tell you you can't say certain things. That you have to accept that if someone wants to identify as an XY karyotype, but really is XX, that you must accept that. That you have to suspend nature. You have to suspend logic and embrace some sort of individual psychosis.
Feel anger and sadness.
Here's more of what Ilhan Omar said on Kirk's death.
Charlie was someone who once said, guns save lives. After a school shooting. Charlie was someone who was willing to debate and downplay the death of George Floyd in the hands of Minneapolis police.
I think he called him a scumbag.
Right, have no regard, downplay slavery and what Black people have.
Maybe George Floyd was a scumbag. Downplay slavery. Maybe these ultra-libs are upplaying slavery because they want to promote reparations. It's not about, these people don't even care. These ultra-liberals don't care about slavery and what happened in the 1800s or even in the 1600s or the 1700s. What they want is a payout. And they are looking for people to fleece. And so what they do is they create an oppressor and an oppressed category so they can go to the oppressor and say, you need to pay reparations because you're a whitey. And if you're a white male, you need to pay more because you get double privilege.
In this country,
Still think that we're gonna go past this event of Charlie Kirk being killed, being assassinated. You think we're just gonna go off into the sunset and everything's gonna be copacetic in America? Fuck no. Because this is the rhetoric. This is what's happening on the ultra liberal side to erode your constitutional freedoms.
Omar went on to say that conservatives are painting Kirk as someone who just wanted to have a civil debate or rewriting history. So, as people who have watched an earlier segment of the show know, you were friendly with Charlie Kirk and are therefore understandably distressed about everything that has happened. Given that, I mean, I'm not overly eager to have a very partisan discussion about it. We can talk about some of that if you want to. But for the breaking news of someone being arrested.
That's right. Yeah. So they named the suspect Tyler Robinson. He was apparently a college-aged male. Looked like he was from Utah based on what I've seen so far. They confirmed earlier reports that the bullet casings left behind had some inscriptions on them, including anti-fascist language. One of them said, "Hey, fascist, catch." There was another one that said, I believe, "Ciao Bella," which is a sort of famous Italian anti-fascist song. They also have claimed that one of them had the trans rights logo on it, which I haven't seen confirmation of that, so I can't say for sure. But someone who was apparently radicalized on the political left and decided to carry out this assassination. He apparently confessed to his father that he had committed this shooting. But I think we should talk a little bit about the other issues because they're obviously relevant. And I think they matter. And I think Ilhan Omar, what she did was relatively disgusting. To start trying to assassinate this man's character in the immediate aftermath of his death. But also, there's been a lot of comments from Democrats who have basically been saying that Charlie deserved this, that it's actually right-wing rhetoric that inspired this guy to do what he did because he's so hateful. I mean, there was an MSNBC commentator.
Hey, think about this. Think about what they're saying. Think about what Omar is saying. Omar is saying, you say something hateful and we're going to blow you away. So in essence, what they're saying is you don't say something that they like, then they're going to eliminate you. So do you really have a freedom of speech? And where is the government protecting it? See the point I'm making? The ultra-liberal is not going to allow for this to de-escalate because they don't want you to have the freedom of speech because their policies suck and they're afraid
of logic. They're afraid of rhetoric. And they will do everything in their power to prevent you from exercising your rights, including assassination. Oh, wait a minute. What happened at Butler last year in July? Oh, assassination attempt. Why? Former President Trump was pointing to the illegal immigration that was flowing over a porous border. And it was by the grace of God that his head didn't explode on CNN Live. And believe me, they really wanted that so much. They wanted those pictures. They wanted that film. They wanted to silence the conservative movement. So who are the violent ones?
Because he went on air and said that hate begets hate, and so Charlie basically had it coming because of the beliefs that he espouses. And I'm sure you can imagine now, as someone who is a political commentator on the right, to hear that people are celebrating.
Is it hate speech to say to someone that is Islamic, your caliphate doesn't belong here in the United States? That this is a land of the free and the home of the brave, where there is freedom of religion? Is that hate speech? Is it hate speech to say, you know what? You're either XX or XY for your karyotype? Is that hate speech? Or is that science?
Justifying the assassination of someone who holds rather similar views to me is very concerning to me.
I'm sure it is, and I'm also sure that the pain and distress of people like yourself who knew Charlie Kirk is very deep. I'm just trying to figure out what to say about this, honestly. I don't think that it is right to equivocate about the wrongness of what happened to him. I said in the earlier segment that he and I would have had completely different worldviews and would have completely different views on almost every topic. I think that it is good to have a country where people can have completely different views on every different topic and should not face violence or death or intimidation for any of those things. There's one separate element that doesn't go to Charlie Kirk himself, where I would defend what Ilhan Omar said in relation to the reactions to this from people like Clay Higgins, who we read the tweet of there. When, and this was pointed out yesterday, when Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked with such severity that his skull was broken by an intruder at their home, Clay Higgins posted on social media a photo of Nancy Pelosi with a message that I'm not going to repeat, but a kind of snide and conspiratorial message about what had happened. I think it is fair enough to call out, in that case, someone like Higgins for double standards, or to even call him out in the more profane way that Omar did. I think that that there's a difference between doing that and doing things that would exculpate or try to exculpate someone who has shot someone dead. Now, before we get into any legal jeopardy, the person in custody is a suspect.
That's right.
And has the right to try to refute any charges against them and all of that. But somebody shot Charlie Kirk dead, and we shouldn't equivocate about that.
Yeah, the Clay Higgins idea, I think, is idiotic, just to put that out there. And I don't support anybody mocking what happened to Paul Pelosi, or the case of Mike Lee posting that joke about the Democratic Minnesota lawmakers who were shot and assassinated as well. And I think most people on the right agree that those things were wrong and would be loath to defend them. But I think we should also get into perhaps AOC's comments about gun control. I do find it a little bit silly because this was actually the type of gun that they never want to regulate, or so they say. This was a bolt-action hunting rifle. It's single shot. You have to.
It's not silly because they want to take everything away, including your freedom of speech. I'm telling you, this is going to get worse before it gets better. Because no one has a better angel right now. But maybe they shouldn't. Because people need to realize your life doesn't matter as much as the Constitution. The Constitution is paramount. Period. 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 Protect it.
Action the bolt and then the second shot. This is not like a machine gun. This is not what they would call an assault weapon. So I guess it gets to the point where if you're calling for gun control on a bolt action hunting rifle that people use to shoot deer, and you've kind of lost the plot, and at that point you're just calling for all gun confiscation.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
As you know, I wouldn't have any particular objection to calling for all gun confiscation, but that's not a thing that is.
See? And he's the liberal side. And he was from Ireland. How did that turn out? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. Myotrol will help to express the genes that you need to build muscle. This is very important to take if you're male or female, age 40 or older. Do resistance training, take the Myotrol. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with the gene expression. It also will help the health of the mitochondria, so you have the energy to produce the muscle. Olive leaf extract helps with your cardiovascular system and your immune system. It brings down inflammation and helps with the lipid profile. Clarity factor will get rid of that brain fog, because guess what? There's an awful lot of liberals out there that are saying a bunch of shit, and us conservatives need to stand up and protect the Constitution. So you're going to need some clarity factor to get rid of that brain fog. Now, drink it with filtered water, take it every day, and this will allow you to concentrate and help to support consolidating memory. This is super important. And over time, what you're going to notice is that your dendritic connections are improving, you're having positive neuroplasticity, you're going to be thinking faster, and you're going to be able to retrieve memory better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the clarity factor. And omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation, helps with your lipid profile, and helps to prevent red blood cells from oversticking. This is super important to take every day for your cardiovascular health. But it's also very important to take during the fall and the winter season. Please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. You spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
In this country, anytime soon. I mean, the issue of gun violence, I think, it's such a macabre topic to get into, but I actually think is better illustrated by mass shootings, because then you do get into the situation of, I mean, remember there was the horrific one at Las Vegas where the person was just sort of spraying a field of fire, and then you do, I think, get into the realm of, well, that literally couldn't have happened without, I mean, it is a gun that facilitates that level of death and destruction. And I'm very supportive of massive.
And what happens when you have a group that's large, that is trying to take away your civil liberties, either at the lower level or at the government level, either at the citizen level or at the government level, and they are trying to take away your civil liberties. All right? And these discussions were had by the founders of the Constitution. And they made it very clear what this means. So these are individuals that have opinions, but they're not paying attention to why the construction of the Bill of Rights were constructed the way they were. Oh, there was this, spraying of, you have these weapons that have
automatic capability or semi-automatic capability. And so we should get rid of them. Well, wait a minute. It's about parity. If your enemy is trying to take away your civil liberties, either at the government level or at the citizen level, they're trying to take it away, and they have weaponry that is more powerful than what you have, then you are going to lose. So it's about parity. It has nothing to do with, well, they didn't have automatic weapons back then and all that. But that's not the point. It's about parity. Parity. Open up the dictionary, look up parity.
Gun control far greater than, as I say, can pass muster here. But I do think this case is really, I mean, illustrate my view, which would be like just confiscate guns, but it doesn't really illustrate a practical democratic political argument right now for gun control.
Yeah, I think that's right. One other thing, just to get into the recent slate of political violence in this country, we've had 2 assassination attempts on the president. This assassination of Charlie Kirk, attempted assassination of a Supreme Court justice, the Paul Pelosi attack, the killings of the Democratic Minnesota lawmakers. We had the baseball shooting in 2017 in Alexandria, where they attempted to mass murder Republicans. Steve Scalise nearly lost his life. Clearly, something is wrong. It feels, people who are of that age have said to me, it feels like we're back in the 60s and 70s. And I think there's no doubt that rhetoric plays a role in this. When we are calling political opponents Nazis or Hitler or, fascists, authoritarians, that is the type of thing that gives license to people who want to commit violence. If you truly believe someone is Hitler, then you would be justified in killing someone because you would think that they are going to commit a genocide. And I think people need to really think about the words that they're using and the way that they dehumanize their political opponents.
So I agree with that as a general principle. And I agree that sometimes the term of Nazi can get thrown around much too much. And I think that that is the heightened or inflammatory political rhetoric on both sides is a real problem. And whether it's, people calling Republicans Nazis or Trump calling political opponents vermin, I think both those things are very bad. I think the one exception, I suppose, where I bridle slightly because it's a word I've used, is authoritarian, which I would argue is a descriptor of a particular political approach that I don't think is insightful with a C, inciting of people in the same way as things like Nazi or vermin.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would be okay to describe actions someone's taking as authoritarian-like, but I think we just all need to be more careful.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Up next, U.S. population is set to shrink. The CEO reports.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. It'll soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria. You're going to have more energy. It'll also help to get your cells to go into apoptosis if they're in senescence. So you're getting rid of garbage out of your cell. You're getting cells to die off. Having too many senesced cells, it accumulates toxins. So you want to get rid of them. Taking resveratrol is super important, and it helps with youthful gene expression. Vitamin B complex. Take this if you're 40 years of age or older, male or female, super important. It's going to improve your cellular metabolism, protect your neurons, and increase energy because the first 4 B vitamins helps the health of the mitochondria through the electron transport chain. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the vitamin B complex, protect those neurons, super important. And collagen, it's a dual purpose product. And this will help with your skin, your nails, your hair. but also your joint health, cartilage, your musculature, and your bones. Take this every day. It's a powder. This is a month supply, very high quality. And do some resistance training. And what you're going to notice over time is that you're going to be building denser bone. This is super important because when you get older, once you get into about age 65 or so, it's going to be harder for you to remodel your bone. So you're going to have to, it's better to start early and do resistance training and take the proper supplementation to increase the bone matrix. Your bone remodels every about 5 to 7 years, a complete remodeling. All right. So if you are doing resistance training for 7 years, 5 to 7 years, and taking the right supplementation to get better bone density, when you go into your geriatric years, you're not going to have brittle bones. And therefore, you're going to be more robust in your geriatric years. There are many people that they stop working out, they're not taking the right supplementation, they're in their 70s, they fall, they break their hip, 3 weeks later, they're dead. Or they have to go through a hip replacement. Well, if you take care of your joints, if you take care of your bone density, you're mitigating some of these problems that people have in their geriatric years. Super important. But not just that, you're increasing your musculature. And when you're increasing your musculature, especially your back muscles, you're going to get better blood flow for your lymphatic system. See, if you're crouched over and you have bad posture, back posture, well, you're impeding on the actual lymphatic flow, especially from your lower extremities to your upper extremities. And you're impeding on your circulatory system. So your lymphatic flow and your blood flow will improve with just improving your back muscles. Now, nobody thinks about this. But if you take little pieces of wisdom and apply it to your health and take the right supplementation, you go a long way for longevity. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen and do the resistance training. All right, let's listen into consumer sentiment. This is the Michigan data.
Let's get the final big economic data point of the week with you, Minister Rick Santali. Hey, Rick.
Yeah, this says a whiff of stagflation to it, folks. University of Michigan sentiment and all the inflation numbers, the preliminary sector could still change. 55.4 in headline. We're expecting a number well north of that, and rear view mirror 58.2. So sequentially lower, lowest since May of 25. 61.2 on current conditions, same scenario. Less than expected, less than last look, sequentially lower, also the lowest since May. If we look at expectations, what lies ahead? Well, the scenario doesn't change. 51.8, also the lowest since May. This follows 55.9. So there's your weak consumer confidence. Now, let's look at inflation. 4.8 expected, 4.8 remains. But that doesn't dismiss the fact that it's still the highest level since June, although I do think surveyed inflation, that kind of runs afoul of logic in certain instances, considering it was way up in May at 6.6. And finally, the 5 to 10 year look, 3.9. That's about 0.5% more than expected. It's 0.4 more than the rear view mirror, and 3.9 to find a higher inflation. You're going back to June when it was 4%. We started out the year at 3.2%. The recent watermark was 2.8. That was in March of 24. So I'm surprised we're not getting a little bit more lift on the long end of the market, which didn't spend much time under 4%. It was like a beach ball underwater. It popped right back. Matter of fact, right now, we're getting close to unchanged on the week. We saw the last week at 408. Right now, hovering at 406, and 406 is up 4 on the day, down only 2 on the week. But we want to pay close attention to how we close, especially after what now looks to be developing on the annual chart as a double bottom on a closing level, basically right around or slightly above 4%. Sarah, back to you.
Exceed every expectation in the new 2026 Infiniti QX60 from
Listening to Bloomberg, I think they're talking about Kirk's killing.
Sitting around in trial, we're waiting for trial 6 or 7 years. How quickly could this happen?
We know the court system everywhere has its, its druthers, and I think it's actually very premature to say, if this will go to trial immediately. He has the right to say he wants to plead or he wants to go to trial. There's speedy trial rules, but they don't go that quickly. Now, the one thing about Utah that is interesting is that their court rules and their court system is different. They have 3 days to swear this complaint out. And so they're going to take that time. We probably won't hear anything about charges until Monday. And I'm surprised that this is going to be a state case because, certainly as this was investigated with the FBI, this could go federal quickly. But a state case does mean that we likely could see this on television and likely see all the evidence on television as well.
Wow, wouldn't that be something? Spending time with Miles Miller, who's with us live from New York, talking about the now arrests of the suspected gunman in the Charlie Kirk killing. The rhetoric has been off the charts here in some cases, Miles, and I know that you're no stranger to politics as well. The president said in the White House driveway last evening as he made his way up to New York where you are, we just have to beat the hell out of radical left lunatics, he said. We have a great country, we have radical left lunatics out there, and we just have to beat the hell out of them. There is some concern here, and Governor Cox spoke to this about retribution and people reacting to disinformation. He even pointed to Russian and Chinese bots at one point. How concerned are authorities about that?
It's very concerning. I know the Secret Service is tracking those threat streams. I know that Homeland Security and FBI are tracking those threat streams. They are very serious when they say that our adversaries, Russia and China, are trying to use this event against us and to divide Americans. Now, it is important to note that what is very clear from family members is that this suspect did not like Charlie Kirk, hated the words that he said, hated the ideology that he espoused, and he said that is the reason why he carried out this attack. And then you think about some of the engravings on the bullet talking about, anti-fascism and a number of other things he put on these bullets, hey fascist catch. All of that, points to the heightened rhetoric and points to, what the governor of Utah said needs to happen, which is everybody's got to bring the temperature down and really think about what is said online and think about what is said in public squares. One point to note as you talk about politics is that
really, I don't think so.
Charlie,
he has the right to say this, but I don't think so. We're all Charlie Kirk, all of us. Charlie Kirk died, but we're all Charlie Kirk now because there are people that are trying to silence your freedom of speech. So what are you going to do about it? You going to stand up and protect your freedoms? Or are you just going to you know what? Let's just the liberals take over. Let's society go to shit. And you know what? You won't have any savings for your retirement. And you're going to be on the dole with the government. And maybe we have nuclear war. Maybe we have World War III. Have your kids confused on what gender they are. Eating a bunch of chemical-laden food. Disrupt your endocrine system. Oh, it doesn't matter. Just go to plastic surgeon or endocrinologist and they'll do whatever you want. You want to turn into a donkey, they'll turn you into a donkey. We're all Charlie Kirk now. Hey, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals so you don't turn into a crazy liberal. Zeolite will bind to those toxins and allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. You do this every day. You take 3 small drops underneath your tongue, drink it with filtered water, take it every day, and you're detoxifying your body. It's really important to detoxify your body. And another way to detoxify your body, you can take them separately or take them together, is heirloom barley. Heirloom barley will
detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. And by bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level, you're helping your neurons. By bringing down inflammation systemically, you're helping your immune system and endocrine system. By bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. So it's dual purpose. You get healthier by taking this. It's a powder. This is a month's supply. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and detoxify your body daily. Take the heirloom barley, get the zeolite, very high quality. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's listen to GB News here.
Of murder, this is no way to react. It's akin, as you say, to those people online cheerleading the murder of Kirk. And in my view, irrespective of whether you agree or disagree with Kirk's views, now is the time to think carefully about violence in the United States and actual safety and actual violence on university campuses.
You know, Edward, how we're hearing about how Tyler Robinson may have been radicalised on campus. I put it to you, that's happening in Britain as well. And George Aberonier, who is, as you say, the president-elect, he was also previously in charge of, he was the vice president of the Oxford African and Caribbean Society that was brought in after the death of George Floyd. He's been very outspoken on matters of race, and to post, Charlie Kirk got shot, so that's bleeping go. Charlie Kirk got shot, LOL, LOL, an exaggeration of laughing out loud. This is not the kind of thing we should tolerate on British campuses, and we have to draw a line in the sand. And put it to again, this individual must be removed from his post.
If the Oxford Union is supposed to defend freedom of speech and the rights of people outlining opinions from different perspectives, such as Charlie Kirk, with whom the president-elect clearly disagreed at Kirk's visit to the institution earlier this year, this does not warrant such deplorable reactions. My question is this: why did the president-elect not instead highlight the importance that free speech activists such as Kirk should be protected, not murdered, for expressing their views? How committed is this man to upholding the accommodation of diverse views in a civilized manner?
They're not. That's the whole point. Is they're not committed to supporting freedom of speech. So these leaders of these liberal communities in the United States and outside the United States, I don't really care about the ones that are outside the United States, but the ones definitely inside the United States, they're inciting violence. The BLM movement, all right, I should just say BLM because the BL movement, but that movement is pushing an agenda that's violent. They go through towns and they burn them down, literally. Well, if you can't protect your property, if you can't protect your life in those situations because the liberals took away your way to protect your family and your property, what do? The government can't. The government was known that, well, it's too big, we can't go in. It's too hot and heavy for our law enforcement. We're going to stay out. You're on your own. See, is the government going to be protecting your civil liberties of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? No. So who's going to do it? Only you. Only you. So if you're hearing this kind of rhetoric from constituents that are leaders with the Black Lives Matter movement, or you hear, other ultra-liberal movements that are trying to erode your constitutional freedom, what are you going to do? You're going to have to stand your ground. You're going to have to protect because you're put into a corner. It's not my imagination. The ultra-liberal is a very violent group of people. As violent as fascists on the ultra-right side.
please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And another way to detoxify your body is to use these deodorant bars. These deodorant bars are dual purpose. You use it as a deodorant. It's for males and females, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. Why? Because it has essential oils from the Himalayas. They're very high quality that help to detoxify your body too. It has no aluminum, no baking soda. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. Get a few bars for your household. Help support the work that I do. Very high quality deodorant bars. And Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients, has a very comprehensive compound profile shown on the screen. You can read the label on my website. This will target your heart, your vascular system, brain function, musculature, energy levels, and metabolism. Take this every day. It's going to slow down the aging process. You can also lose weight by taking this. And within 72 hours, you're going to notice that you have more vitality. Within 72 hours, you're going to notice the effects of this. And by taking it over a long period of time, let's say a year or 6 months, you're going to start noticing that you're aging slower. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Stack this with the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. That's a great stack to help improve your A1C levels. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's listen into Wilbur.
Now, where there was some suggestion that we might be inching toward a ceasefire. Then you had the meeting, the push for this meeting between Zelensky and Putin, and now that you're trying to get the details and get a signature on paper, he's running in the opposite direction.
Boy, interesting. What will the UN Security Council do about this issue in Poland, as we also report that NATO is enhancing defenses along the eastern border?
Well, it may be no surprise to you that the Security Council will talk. They're talking this afternoon. I mean, I do not want to downplay the gravity of what happened in Poland, but the emergency meeting today is an emergency meeting where views will be expressed, concerns will be aired, and condemnations will be made. I mean, this is one of the big challenges with the Security Council when you have Russia as a permanent member and now the U.S. quasi on Putin's side. Sometimes you don't see a lot of action out of the council. It is going to be a very interesting moment for the Trump administration because the U.S. representative up there, the deputy mission chief, will make a statement. So we'll be looking at that for clues about whether there are going to be any teeth, whether the president is going to actually do something here. He says his patience has been running out, but it's been running out for some time.
Well, that sure seems like it. And I know that there doesn't seem to be, in the wake of the Alaska summit and appetite by Vladimir Putin to sit down with Zelensky anytime soon, unless I guess he came to Moscow as the issue. Not going to happen. They're not going to happen. So how about NATO then? What is happening right now after Article 4 was invoked?
I think what you're seeing is a huge pressure campaign behind the scenes by NATO allies to try to get something from the U.S., to try to get some promise from President Trump. I mean, all we have really had from the president so far is raising the possibility that this drone swarm could have been a mistake. And now all sorts of European officials saying that could not possibly have been the case. I mean, this puts the president in a position exactly where he doesn't want to be. There are certain rules, Article 4, which could potentially lead to Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all. I mean, there are a lot of ways this thing could go, but the president does not want to be boxed in. He does not want to make any sort of commitment. I think what he's going to say in response is essentially, listen, we want you to take up more responsibility for your own defense. Get to it. He may commit more resources to Poland. He likes Poland. They have a right-wing government. But in terms of using the NATO structure as it was sort of designed to be used, I don't think we're going to see that.
Well, interesting to hear from both the Polish foreign minister and the president, quote, no, that was not a mistake, right, quote. Pretty blunt statement there, so we know how they feel. But when it comes to this Article 4 review, what are they looking at? How do they conclude this process?
Well, I mean, it basically what that does is brings everybody together for a discussion where they then decide what to do next. So it's sort of like, okay, let's weigh the gravity of this attack and decide how confrontational we now want to be with Russia. And, it should be said, there's a fair amount of dissent within the ranks of NATO as well. I mean, a lot of these, it's a fascinating situation because a lot of these principles we have held up as being red lines. Okay, an incursion into a NATO member's airspace,
that would be
you would think those would not be crossed, and if it is crossed, there will have to be consequences. At the moment, it looks like there are not consequences. So I think you're seeing some of the hardliners in NATO, the Baltic states, Poland, wanting to push for more robust troop presence, more pressure on Russia, more assistance for Ukraine, but then other countries like the U.S. saying, hold your horses here. And there's some indication that the U.S. is not even really participating in the conversations that come out of Article 4. So that's going to be a big challenge for the alliance when, its most powerful member just isn't even showing up.
Boy, that's incredible. So nothing comes from this. Does NATO start sending Patriot batteries to the border? How do they enhance defenses?
Well, I mean, I think it would be primarily a show of force. So there are supposed to be military exercises that they could beef up. But yes, it would primarily be, additional troops. But there aren't a lot of Patriot batteries to go around right now. And that's one of the big problems. You could see increased defense production, or you could see Ukraine used as sort of the proxy where European nations then boost purchases of military supplies from the U.S. and take a more aggressive approach. But for Ukraine, but again, that's something that takes a long time to work its way through the pipeline. So I think what you're seeing right now is a real effort. How can we do something in the moment that responds to Russia and makes them feel like, okay, reestablishes deterrence, but they just haven't come up with an answer.
The president, I know, is sort of vying for a Nobel Peace Prize, but he's dealing with this endless situation and, of course, what is happening in Gaza. And I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on this before you go. He's asked Benjamin Netanyahu to promise to never strike Qatar again, which was quite a development this week. Is that progress?
It does not strike me as progress. I mean, if the president of the United States has to ask Israel for a promise like that, that just shows you how the power structure in this relationship has been completely upended. Yeah. I mean, in past times, you would have had a situation where Israel would not have done this unless it had a glaring green light from the United States. It's hard to know what really happened behind the scenes here, but you have the president himself essentially saying that Israel only...
There is a GOP senator that's talking about pressuring social media platforms on harmful content. So we're going to play this new post from Fox Business. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the drops and the lozenges. Get them for the fall and the winter. You're going to need them. Get a few bags for your household or for work. You can get it in cherry, honey and lemon, or in blueberry. The drops have 100 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. They're smaller than the lozenges. I also have elderberry zinc in stock. You get 21 in each bag. The lozenges are larger. Get a few bags for your household. Be prepared. This fall and this winter in the United States, it's going to be problematic. The moment you have that irritation in your throat, take them right away to mitigate the problem. Please take my advice and get the lozenges or drops. You'll need them. All right, let's listen in to Fox Business.
Well, we've got some breaking news this morning. President Trump telling Fox News just moments ago there is a suspect in custody in the assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk. He says he found out just this morning. The suspect currently at police headquarters and was reportedly turned in by someone close to him. The president says he hopes the suspect gets the death penalty. Meanwhile, Charlie Kirk's casket arriving in Phoenix, Arizona yesterday. The vice president, J.D. Vance, allowing the use of Air Force Two to transport him.
I saw this last night. I wasn't live on my show. I saw this last night, and it's very reminiscent of the transport of the casket for JFK back in 1963.
And I said that there's like this, it feels like this JFK moment or even RFK kind of feel with political assassinations. But this era that was happening in the 60s, and even during the talk on the Hill, the hosts were, talking about civil unrest during the 60s, and it has a similar feel as today. And I think they're right. I mean, there's something about some of these events that are taking place. Again, like I said, there's history rhymes. It doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And the assassination of Kirk is similar to the assassination of RFK, or similar to the assassination of JFK. There's a silencing of an individual because of their beliefs. Silencing of an individual, not just because of their beliefs, but because they're persuasive and that they had a strong following. I mean, Kirk, what was his, wasn't his gift of rhetoric. That wasn't it. He could fundraise and he could galvanize young individuals towards the Republican Party. That was his gift. That was his wheelhouse. And they had to be silenced because of that, to stop the flow of funds, to stop more younger people going towards the Republican Party, because this midterm election is going to be very contentious. And because of that, there's probably going to be a higher probability of more civil unrest and more violence and more political assassinations. Because it's razor thin margins in the House and in the Senate, at the legislative level, at the federal level. So there's a battle happening here, of not just of ideas, but the Democratic Party needs the civil unrest to try to galvanize their base to be able to try to win seats. So what's the conservatives going to do? Who knows? But there's a similarity of what happened in 1963, what happened in 1968. There's elements of similarity. Flying the casket on Air Force Two, right? That's similar to JFK. A persuasive political person being assassinated. That's similar to RFK, or you can say even Martin Luther King. So we're living in kind of this time period that's similar to the 60s. Now, Neil Ferguson thinks that the United States economically and politically is more like the early 70s. But that's an interesting take. It's like, well, are we repeating some of the problems, social unrest that was happening in the 60s that led to a financial malaise and stagflation during the 70s? Reeling from some sort of major scandal in the White House, similar to what happened with maybe Nixon. Who knows? Maybe it's tied to Epstein. I don't know. But there's these similarities that are popping in. That this rhyme of history is repeating. Well, another thing that popped in my mind last night is that this rhyme is starting at the pinnacle of a leader, and it's going to end with the average citizen. What I mean by that is that you had the assassination in '63 of JFK. All right, so that's a major leader. We call him the president. Okay, now take it the next level. Political pundit
that was very persuasive. Charlie Kirk. All right, and the whole nation is literally mourning his death, or most of the nation. All right, but it's very televised. It's very public. All right, but he is a lesser status than JFK. Both were public assassinations, right? Both the caskets had to be flown in. There's similarities here. But then the next layer of violence is going to be at the societal level. There's going to be a lot of disruption, a lot of killing, a lot of sacrifice, there's a lot of tumult, and it's going to be public. Now, when would that take place? I don't know. I mean, is it 63 and then you have to wait so many years to get to 2025 and then plus that many years to get to this major event at the societal level? Maybe. And most of us will be dead then. So I guess it doesn't matter to us. But the thing is Charlie Kirk reminds me of some of the tumult that was taking place in the 60s. And that it's this rhyme is moving closer and closer to the masses. It starts at the pinnacle of the president, and then it's getting closer to more death, more destruction, and assassination. The battle of the liberal and the conservative. But this is not going to be just rhetoric. It's not going to be met with just rhetorical comments. It's going to be met with actual kinetic energy.
He and the second lady escorting his wife Erica back to their family and friends in Phoenix. I want to bring in Kansas Senator Roger Marshall. Senator, I want to get your reaction to what has been an extraordinarily sad week for those in President Trump's orbit, but for the president himself and the vice president, who was very close with Charlie Kirk.
You know, Cheryl, I think we're all just mourning this horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you just can't overstate how important he was to Gen Zs and millennials, young conservatives. That he was the Pied Piper. And you know, back in my office, it's more than just flags at half mast. This has probably impacted them more than anything since I've been a senator. Everyone across the country, youngsters reaching out to us and saying, "What is going on here?"
Well, that's the reach that Charlie Kirk had, is that he was on these college campuses, and we saw him motivate those young conservatives like I've never seen in my lifetime. I don't know about you. I mean, he was out there inspiring youth to get involved in politics. At the same time, I have to talk to you about the videos, and social media is part in all of this, because Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna called on Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, TikTok to scrub these graphic videos of his assassination from social media. And she says TikTok is going to take down the videos. After her request, Fox Business reached out to TikTok, had not heard back. Meta, meanwhile, referred us to a video policy, which is this: per our violent and graphic content policies, we're applying a Marcus-sensitive warning label to footage of the shooting, and we're age gating it to 18 plus, as with similar events. We do not allow content that glorifies, represents, or supports the incident or the perpetrator, and it will be removed. Senator, you have the power on Capitol Hill, you and your colleagues, to put pressure on these social media companies.
Keeping track of stock levels and sales used to be my biggest nightmare with my e-commerce store. Now, Xero makes it easy to stay on top of everything. It keeps everything in one place, so I can check sales, track expenses, and
put pressure on these social media companies to stop this from happening. Algorithms, AI, technology, programmers, we know on the business side this is possible. You've got the power to do that, sir.
The beginnings of freedom of speech being curtailed? Still think your government's going to protect you? Doesn't this sound like 9/11? Crisis. Oh, we got a solution. government's going to come here and protect you.
Well, this is one of the reasons we have this epidemic of mental illness among our children is because of what they're seeing. But my advice, first of all, if you haven't watched this video, don't. I purposely have not watched it. Let's not glorify and give this killer any type of credit for that as well. But these companies should have some self-respect too. They know how to turn this off as well. I don't believe that their filters are going to work when Meta says that as well. And you're right. We do have some legislation that puts some guardrails around what can be done, especially with young children or young adults, I should say.
Well, would you be willing to call these executives to testify?
Absolutely, we have and we will and we should.
Yeah. There's a lot happening at stake right now. There's only 6 legislative days to go until the government shuts down. House and Senate Democrats say they're not going to back any spending bill that does not lower healthcare costs. And healthcare seems to be the big fight right now. Republicans are pushing ahead with their own funding plan. Senate Majority Leader John Thune is betting there's enough moderate Democrats to break ranks. I want to get your thoughts on that and where we are, because this all seems to come down to the Affordable Care Act and whether or not Senate Democrats are really going to die on this sword. I'm not sure that they will, but your reaction.
Yeah, well, Chuck Schumer is the overlord of obstruction. He took another hostage yesterday on that battle keeping the government open. The latest hostage are the ACA subsidies. Look, this is a $40 billion a year tax that Americans are paying for to subsidize people making maybe 400% of the poverty level as well. So we have to, this is one more, he's fighting for his political life. He knows he's going to have to face a tough re-election. He's going to get primaried, all those types of things. But his goal is to shut the government down, and Republicans are going to do everything to work towards a balanced budget, but keep the government open.
Up until this week, we had heard from the White House, and they've been pushing for a one-year deal, a one-year CR, if you will. Now
I'm going to pivot over to Bloomberg, but before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the nattokinase. It's fibrinolytic. You need to get this for the fall or the winter. Very important. Breaks up clots, but it also helps your lipid profile. So it's going to help with your cardiovascular health. But guess what? Something's coming in the fall and the winter. Better prepare for it. Vitamin D3. It's a cofactor for gene expression. It helps to absorb calcium, and it is a vitamin that's going to help your cells to go into apoptosis if they're infected. You're going to need this in the fall and the winter. I'm just saying, you might need it. Vitamin D3 also will help with your cardiovascular health and your bone density. Take it with K2 MK7 molecule. When you take these together and you do resistance training, taking calcium, you're building bone matrix. Super important for denser bone to prevent osteopenia and osteoporosis. Now, vitamin D3 and vitamin K2, when you take them together, will also pull some of that calcium depositing around plaque formation and prevent or help to prevent further calcium depositing. So that's super important for your cardiovascular system. So please go to my store, get the D3, the K2, take them together, dual purpose.
So if that's what he's hearing, and he's hearing from voters and he's hearing from the electorate that there is a concern about the various American cities, then that to me is him answering those campaign requests and those campaign promises that he's going to do what he can to try to address these concerns in these cities. And so while Jeannie makes a very valid point about how it is and what is the vehicle that he's going to use to continue to do this, I also think too that the president sits at a place where he wants to keep his word and he wants to demonstrate that he can make things happen. And so that is precisely how I'm viewing this conversation that he had from the couch just the other day, that he's trying to make good on those promises.
Well, you live here, Lisa. What do you think about what the president is saying? 30 days in D.C., it's all it took for me. There's no crime in the city. Of course, we know that's not true. There's still robberies. And in fact, there have been a couple of killings in the last 30 days. There were a few events last weekend that would call that into question. We're looking, by the way, the National Guard troops you were just seeing on your screen, not too far from Joe's stone crowd. Do you think that this has been a model, Lisa, that should be carried out across the nation?
Do I think that? No, Joe, I don't think that. I do not think that is, I think that this is a image campaign. I think that that's precisely how the president carries out his work. He's demonstrating he is answering the concern. Whether or not there is valid reason and or any example as to how this has made any difference is questionable to me. I mean, I've been working in and out of Washington, D.C. now for almost 25 years. It's an American city. American cities have been troubled with crime for a long time. And has crime ticked up over time? Yes. Does it also tick down? Yes.
A majority of those inner cities are run by Democrats.
We're there to protect the cities in a way that makes good sense. But that's not the way this president operates. And I think we need to remember that that's the way he's going to do these things.
Well, I just think it's funny. Everybody around the country is weighing in on what's happening in the District of Columbia. And every now and then it's worth asking people who actually live there. Gee, the Shelby County Mayor, Lee Harris, confirming local news.
Washington, D.C. is supported by our American taxpaying dollars. So shouldn't people in Michigan and Utah and Texas have a say on what's going on in Washington, D.C.? You think?
He said to have individuals with military fatigue, semi-automatic weapons, and armored vehicles patrolling our streets is way too far anti-democratic and anti-American. So this is going to be a different wrinkle. You're going to have a mayor at odds with the governor.
We absolutely can, and you would assume if you had a Republican governor of Illinois, we'd see a similar thing working in Chicago and Illinois as well. And he is absolutely right. I read that quote as well, and he makes a very good point. And of course, public opinion polls support him. Americans do want to address crime. They don't want troops on the streets of their cities to do that. And so there are other ways to address crime. In fact, most crime experts, most people who live in the criminal justice.
Now, Jeannie, she used to work for Iona University, then she went to Harvard just recently. She's a fellow at Harvard now. Why doesn't she talk to double Harvard Mayor Wu in Boston and tell her, wait a minute, Socialist Mayor Wu, maybe you should clean up your city because it's a shithole. Maybe you should reduce the crime. Maybe you should get rid of the illegal immigrants. Maybe you should stop the overuse of illicit drugs on the street. Maybe you should clean up the city. Come on, socialist. But Jeannie won't do that because Orange Man bad, double Harvard good.
Something that he doesn't poll well on right now, which is the economy, to something he thinks he can make a winning issue out of, which is crime and immigration.
Well, okay, so is he making a winning issue out of it? Because here's the thing, I hope we have time for you both to weigh in on this. Memphis recorded the 4th highest homicide rate of any city in the country, Lisa, with a population of at least 100,000 last year, according to FBI data. Republicans think they have set a very effective trap for Democrats here. Why wouldn't you want help with numbers like this? The president knows this. Is it working?
Well, I'd be interested to see what the data is over time, Joe, certainly. I mean, I love the city of Memphis.
I mean, politically, and I hate to say this on Bloomberg because we're driven by data, but put the data aside for a moment, just politically speaking, you want to be a Democrat who says no to fighting crime?
Absolutely not. But do I want to be a Democrat that talks about the fact that we don't need the U.S. troops to go in to save American cities? I don't necessarily think that that is a difficult argument to have. I think people would much prefer to incentivize their local law enforcement and those who they know who love and want to protect the city in the way that they've been hired to do so.
That's fascinating. Jeannie, I'm guessing that you agree with Lisa in this case. Donald Trump thinks he set a trap for you.
Yeah, I think the reality is about effectiveness. We should all want to clean up crime. The question is sending in the troops, is the president sending in troops that are not trained to address crime?
Why aren't the mayors cleaning up their city now? They had chances multiple years they've been running these cities.
Is it? We need to hire more police officers. We need to have better training. We should partner up. So what we see here again from Donald Trump is very much performative. He doesn't want to use effective known strategies to address crime. He wants to make a show of force. I want to clean up crime. I don't necessarily need the show of force. And I think that's the argument Democrats have to make. Help us really address crime, Mr. President, not just put on a show.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bloomberg has compiled the stats here, and it's pretty interesting. Remember, we were going to go to Chicago? Well, we started in Washington. U.S. cities with the highest reported homicide rates in 2024, Jackson, Mississippi, followed by Birmingham, Alabama, St. Louis, Missouri, Memphis, Tennessee, then Baltimore, Maryland. You do not see Washington until you get out of the top 10. And guess what? This top 20 list that we have on the terminal does not include the city of Chicago. Kind of interesting if you do want to talk data. We do that pretty well around here. Our panel will stay with us. Jeannie Shanzano and Lisa Camuso-Miller back in our second hour as we welcome our
Balance of Power has never said anything positive about Trump. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. Take a teaspoon a day every day. Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption in the morning. But take it every day, teaspoon a day. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of your mitochondria. You're going to have more energy. The cell's going to be less stressed. They're going to perform better. They'll help with your immune system and your endocrine system, even your vascular system and your brain function. You can also get it in avocado oil or in extra virgin olive oil. Now, by taking it every day, teaspoon a day, you're going to be boosting up that immune system and endocrine system. You're going to be able to think better. Your neurons will be healthier. This stacks well with NAD+ and ubiquinol, resveratrol, clarity factor, but also collagen. Why? Because C60 also helps the skin. You have a basal layer that's producing new skin cells. You need that healthy. Well, taking C60 will help the health of the basal layer of your skin, especially with resveratrol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. Take it every day. I've been taking this since 2016. Right? Every day, really important. Soak up those free radicals, and it'll slow down the aging process. Within 1 year, you're going to notice visible changes where you look younger. Within about 2 months, you're going to actually start feeling that your system is performing better. Your body's performing better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. I have a new channel that's a Substack channel. If you want to support it, please subscribe to it and donate through that. But again, I do all these videos for free. Some people can't afford to help, but I want to make sure that my content's out there for free. But if you want to help support the work, you can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee, or be a paid member to my Patreon channel or Substack channel. But again, my content is for free. So please help support the work that I do. Thank you for listening and have a nice day. And it is important to learn from historical events, but also from contemporary events. And we are going through tumultuous times. Now, hopefully we do this peacefully, but it is important to understand that constitutional freedoms have to be backed by a citizenry that's willing to support those constitutional freedoms. If you don't, you won't have them. The government isn't going to protect them for you. And there are many factions, domestic and foreign, that want to erode those constitutional freedoms. So you have to protect them. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.